Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Hallo.
Okay, so we can get ready to start with this. So we have 2 days to have a detailed look at this short text by Ayokandro. So this is a lovely opportunity to have some sense of the simplicity of this great practitioner. Ayokandro, although she had difficulties in her early life with the family wanting her to marry and the health problems that arose from that, her husband agreed that they would end the marriage when she was in her early 20s, and he became her sponsor, and she spent the rest of her life in practice. She lived in a world that we can hardly imagine. She traveled for many, many years as a beggar practicing chut, and had the opportunity to receive teachings from many, many great meditators. And then in the later part of her life, she spent almost 60 years in a dark retreat, living in a little stone hut without any windows. And she was 113 years of age when Namkhai Norbu met her. And he was able to receive many teachings from her. And he also wrote a short biography of her. And their meeting marks a real transition point in Tibetan Buddhism. Because although there were various political tensions in Tibet and there were tribal conflicts and rivalries, very little of that affected Ayokandro. But with the Chinese communist invasion of Tibet, circumstances became very difficult, and eventually Namkhai Norbu left China for India, and then he came to Italy and spent most of his life in Western countries, traveling around. For us, the fact that these great Tibetan teachers came to the West has been very advantageous. But it's also an indication of the power of violence and war. When an idea strongly enters into the minds of people who have little sense of the possibility of wisdom and compassion, then an ideological structure can be taken as the truth and used as a justification for the destruction of others. Many, many people's lives were destroyed by the waves of deluded conviction sent forth by Mao Zedong. And we see the same at this time with what is happening in Ukraine. The terrible combination of a narrow idea full of certainty, when that's linked with power, it becomes very, very dangerous for us. When we look in history, we see endless conflicts based on ideas of racial superiority, cultural superiority, gender superiority, and ideological superiority. We've seen it also many, many times between different religions or between sects in religion, where people feel that certain conceptual structures are the sole means of truth, and therefore those who don't share these structures have become the definite enemy. So when we have this structure that I can only feel safe and powerful if my enemies and those near me are weak and anxious, then we have a recipe for suffering. When we start to study Dharma, we develop more sense of an inclusive attitude to all sentient beings. May all sentient beings be happy. This is a very simple idea, but it's very profound. Because if I want all sentient beings to be happy, no matter what realm they live in, or what kind of body they have, or what kind of beliefs they have, then I'm allowing myself to be free to relate without mediation through conceptual identification. In ordinary dualistic life, we use our concepts as a way of identifying pathways of potential contact. We know that these conceptual interpretations change with time and circumstances. They arise on the basis of dependent co-origination. They are not inherently true, yet when we believe in them, it is as if they are true. And so a little exposure to politics is helpful because it helps us to see how readily we adopt profoundly definitional notions of the identity of the other. But as the Buddha pointed out, friends become enemies and enemies become friends. There is no profound truth or certainty supporting our beliefs. Samsara is generated by beliefs, whereas nirvana is revealed through direct experience. So in these troubled times when strong judgments are made about the ethical status of other people, we can see the dynamics of duality very clearly. And we can use this dreadful moment of suffering to increase our clarity so that we can free ourselves from the interpretive structure of duality and remain open and available to all. So I received the teachings on this text and made the translation with the help of Namkhai Norbu himself about 40 years ago. And it begins with a short 4-line homage to Ayokandro, where this is Namkhai Norbu, and he says, from the primordial purity of infinite hospitality free of artifice. So the infinite hospitality is the Dharmadhatu, the space within which all phenomena, all experiences arise. It's free of artifice. It's not a construct and it doesn't construct anything. Just as reflections are in the mirror without affecting the mirror itself, so phenomena arise in the Dharmadhatu without altering it in any way. This is the primordial purity of our mind itself, our mind which is not confused into identification with transient arisings. That is to say, the spaciousness of the ground, which is an aspect of how we are, or that we are an aspect of this ground, because the Dharmadhatu is not touched or changed or altered, it maintains its primordial purity. So this is a kada, the primordial purity that is the focus of our practice. If we don't see that our mind is not a thing, then we remain trapped in the duality of self and other, subject and object. Then the pull, the hooks into reactivity mediated through the 5 poisons is very intense. The unchanging ground of each of us is ungraspable non-differentiation of space and awareness. Then in the next line, he's saying, by showing diverse illusory forms, she is completely euphoric. That is to say, because we are not a fixed thing, moment by moment, we are arising in different patternings of our body, speech, and mind. Mind there as the flow of experience. So since you woke up this morning, your body has been moving in response to the environment. Your speech has been arising in different ways. If you said some prayers or you talk with people, many different thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on arise. These are the diverse illusory forms which manifest in relation to the diverse illusory forms all around us. Although we say self and other, who I am, who you are, these are only concepts. Everything is present at once. This is hlunrup, the immediate here-ness, the arising, which is not coming from some place, not going anywhere, just this and this and this ceaselessly. So when we are in our dualistic ordinary sense of self, the diversity of the world doesn't arise like rippling rainbows in the sky. Rather, we experience it as many different separate existence or entities. And because the world seems to be made of many different things, we are faced with choices. Should I have this one or that one? Which would be best? And so the dualistic consciousness depends on our thoughts to make sense of what is this out there and which one do I need. So by observing yourself as you move through the world, you can see that when you get caught up in a thought about your situation, when you are interpreting it, there is a kind of friction or grinding between the shape of self and the shape of other. So in the second line, he's saying that she is completely euphoric. That is to say, she's happy all the time. She is in Dewa Chembo, because being present in the non-dual display, she doesn't have to make any choices. There is the trust of intuitive spontaneity, that each moment is precisely itself. And the best preparation for the next moment is to be fully present in this moment. To be fully present doesn't mean merged into the moment. It's not about a fusional identification, but to be like the mirror within which this pattern of reflection is arising. So in the third line, he's saying that she is happy with the elixir, with the dutsi of the great joy of non-duality. Non-duality is the source of joy because it is not dependent on conceptual elaboration. Because a subject and object arise together like two waves in the ocean, and just as waves in the ocean are fundamentally water, so the movement of subject and object are fundamentally the open emptiness of the mind. This uninterrupted illusory display is happy and joyful. It's not joyful in our ordinary way of coming to a conclusion, where you might eat something nice and think, oh, that was good. It's more like the immediacy of the taste. When your tongue licks some ice cream, the ice cream is already dissolving. It is undeniable that there is this nuances, this subtlety of taste is moving. And whatever you say about it, you cannot actually catch it. we say, oh, it's very good or not so good. That doesn't tell us very much. The immediacy of the taste is appearance, but ungraspable appearance. It is nangtong. It arises, but like a rainbow in the sky. And this is the joyful quality of non-duality. The fact that there is nothing to grasp doesn't mean that there is nothing at all. So it's between the two polarities of permanence or true existence and oblivion or absolute non-presence. So we can read these words and get some sense of them, but Ayokandro was living the truth of them every day. So that's why it says in the fourth line, we bow to the supreme Dakini glorious lamp. That was her name, Paldron. So then the text itself begins. Arrive at the clarity that all that constitutes the realms of becoming, known as samsara, and the peace of liberation, known as nirvana, has just one root, one's own mind. Everything is experience. So even if you look at something like this cup I have in my hand, I can say, I am James, I am a sentient being, I am not a cup. The cup is made in a factory, I was not made in a factory. So this kind of differentiation arises on the basis of taking our interpretive concepts, our signs, to be pointing at something truly real. The cup exists as something, I exist as something. And on the basis of how I experience my existence, I can give various attributions to the value of the cup. So when we have this kind of experience, we have to just observe how we are constructing little palaces of concepts. So if I think, well, I exist, I am me, I am reliably me. But if you ask me, James, how will your body be 1 minute from now? What will you be saying 1 minute from now? I don't know. For some reason, while I'm talking, my hands move around. Why they move in particular patterns, I don't know. You can learn to organize the movements of your hand through the choreography of mudras and so on. But if you're not going to impose a cultural organization onto your body, voice, and mind, you find that they arise according to circumstances. So James arises in relation to the environment. So on the table in front of me, I have my watch, and I know how long the text is. So I think, James, don't talk too long about this bit because you have all the other bits to do. This is our life. How we manifest is depending on circumstances. That is to say, each of us is called forth or arises with the movement of the factors in the environment. When we read texts like this, it's like going to the optician. We don't see very clearly. We're looking through our karmic structures, our conceptual veils, which are validated by our culture. And the Buddha is the great doctor, and he shows us how to clarify our vision, to take the cataracts off our eyes so that we see directly. So that's why she's saying it is vital to arrive at the clarity that sees that everything that occurs, whether it seems inside or outside, has only one root, which is the mind. If you look through the distorting lens of duality, it will seem obvious that James and the cup are not the same. But James and the cup are fundamentally the same in being excuse me, empty and devoid of inherent existence. And the James and the cup are also the same in being experience arising in the moment. They are possibilities of endless interpretation. They are not fixed entities. When we see the cup as existing as something, it seems to exist as an example of cupness, as if there was some truth of being a cup which was holding this shape in place. But the cup is dynamic. It is manifesting according to the consequence of the processes of its manufacture and the support of the processes of its maintenance. Due to the unpredictable movement of circumstances, the forces of maintenance of the cup are in conversation with the forces of the destruction of the cup. Well, there's a chip on the lip of the cup. On some occasion, it will crack. I will put it down too strongly, and it will no longer be a cup. In the same way, my body is getting old and functions in a very different way from how it was 50 years ago. As far as I know, I have not personally made my body old. My body seems to be olding itself. And although I tell it not to do this, it doesn't listen. The body is an experience, not a thing. Similarly, our ego self, our notion of who we are, our personality, our likes and dislikes, this also is without inherent existence. Our moods come and go. Sometimes we wake up in the morning with a particular feeling as a consequence of a dream, and we can't even remember the dream. When we're relaxed and happy, we get less provoked by circumstances. When we're feeling a bit tense or sensitive, we're more likely to be upset by what's going on around us. So it's very important to observe this, because it's happening all the time. Your body, your voice, your mind are ungraspable. When you seem to be able to grasp yourself, define yourself, what you get is not the fresh phenomena themselves, but the concept of them. Thinking about something, talking about something, carries the danger of reification, of making something seem real and separate. But whatever we say about ourselves is only situationally valid. Circumstances change and you feel differently. So what is occurring is an interpretation of an experience. You don't have experience if you don't have a mind. You don't have interpretation or judgment or dogmatic definition if you don't have a mind. The processes of the experience of samsara are the movement of the mind. And the process of liberation, of freedom from belief in separate entities is also an experience of the mind. So then she says, if this mind is examined, it is found to be without any inherent existence. So what is our mind? The word mind is quite tricky in Tibetan as well. In Tibetan, they have lo, yit, sem, semnit, many words which can have a high meaning or a low meaning. So, mind has, one way of thinking of it is the mind is both a container and a process of flow of contents. when you're thinking about the contents of your mind, your memories or feeling tone, inside the frame of duality, you can comment on the content of your own mind. By saying my own mind, it is as if there is a possessor of the mind. So, my mind. I am the king. I am the owner of the mind. What arises in my mind is my kingdom, and I am the king sitting on the throne. Feels true. This is how the ego seems to be truly existing for us. But what is it composed of? Transient moments of identification. These moments are always vanishing. So she's saying here that whatever is used to define the mind or apprehend it, it's a verb takpa, which means like to put a sign onto something, like when you drive into a town, it has the name of the town on the side of the road. So you say, I am happy. I'm entering the aspect of happiness. Now I feel upset. Now I'm in the little town of upset for a while. I am telling my mind what it is. This is exactly delusion, because this I, who is importantly telling the mind, is an experience arising in the mind. So when we look at the nature of unawareness or ignorance, marikpa, by not seeing the empty ground of the mind, what is arising moment by moment as experience is falsely taken to be the arising of things, of entities, of existence. So we say there is a mind, there is a James, an I, a subject, and I have a mind. But James is a name. It's exactly a takpa. It's a sign which is affixed. When I was small, my parents gave me the name James. It is not inherent in this way of manifesting, but it feels to be me because it's been used so many times. It's a habit formation. By being repeated again and again, it comes to feel that it is me. And because in language we use these signs and move them around to make patterns of meaning, this useful dualistic mode of communication is both helpful and dangerous. It's helpful because it allows us to swim in this ocean of symbols and signs with other people, but it's dangerous because its shadow aspect is that words seem to have a referent. They seem to be referring to something which is there. So in the lineage, in the Nyingma Dzogchen lineage, the first transmission is directly between the minds of the Buddhas. Arising from that, there is a symbolic transmission of the Vidyadharas, of the great aware yogis. And when Garab Dorji entered into our human realm, he's trying to communicate with signs and symbols. But in the end, he sees, oh, this doesn't work. So as he is leaving, he rises in the sky, and in the midst of a cloud of rainbows, he presents his famous 3 statements. This lineage, this Gangsa Nyingkungi Gypa, is the lineage for ordinary people that comes through this hole in their ear. This is the compassionate generosity of Garab Dorji. But of course, it's too because it's entering into samsara, these two paths of awareness and unawareness arrive with it, because you can hear the teachings and open to your own unborn awareness, or you can hear the teachings in terms of your ego self and use them to strengthen your deluded notion of who you are. So when the mind relaxes, it sees that thoughts, feelings, memories, judgments arise and pass like rainbows and clouds. But if under the power of duality, you merge into some thoughts and reject other thoughts, then you create the patterning of the world according to delusion. So that's why in the tradition there are many warnings that they say, for example, Dzogchen is like a snake in a bamboo pole. Either you are going up or you're going down. There's no other possibilities. So we have to be very careful, first of all, to be clear what is the mind. So we just have a new book coming out, Me First, which is a retelling of the story of Matramrudra, the great demon, who arises from exactly misunderstanding the teachings. So we say I. This I can refer to unborn awareness, to Rigpa itself, or it can refer to a constellation of ego grasping, to Dzogchen. So you have to be very careful to see how you are located in yourself in the moment. Cheating yourself has no benefit. So when we look at our mind, for example, you might tell a friend some story about your childhood, how your parents were, or whatever. You're telling them about yourself as you were, but you are no longer like this. And you are presenting your parents as you through your interpretation. So you might feel that you are giving a true account of the past, but actually you're taking these potentials of meaning, these signs, these words, and you're patterning them in this moment to create this particular image. Your mind is creating this story of the past. And when we look at that, oh, it's not exactly true, but it's also not exactly untrue. It is giving in this moment a shape by which you can invite the other person into a dialogue. Or we can say, oh, what do you want to do tomorrow? And you have a discussion about what you'll do tomorrow evening. Tomorrow doesn't exist. You're creating patterns of potential. What will actually occur then will not be the same as your idea about it. So this is the central point. The creativity of the mind shows endless patterns. These patterns have no inherent substance or truth or existence. They are more like gestures, the way your body might move if you are dancing. They are communicating connectivity, but they don't establish anything. Delusion or ignorance or unawareness is to imagine that your thoughts convey something true. So, in the moment, the Russian army is setting out to destroy Ukraine. Many, many people will be killed because they are Ukrainian. Identity, national identity for the Russians means we don't want these people there. Identity for the Ukrainians says we must be here. It is our country. This is a war of conceptual identification, as it always is, whether it's between communists or capitalists or fascists or communists. it's always ideas which are in conflict. Concepts used as tools for thinking can be helpful, as when Garab Dorji gave this basic teaching on Dzogchen. But when concepts are taken up as signifying real entities which can be taken up or pushed away, then the concepts become very, very dangerous and a great source of suffering. Okay, so if you look at your own mind, the mind itself is not a thing. And what arises in the mind is also not a thing. By thing, indicating something which exists in and of itself. The mind is like space, but not just empty space, space within which many different illusory patterns are moving. Since you woke up this morning, you've had so many experiences with your body, with your voice, with your mind. It is the very emptiness of your mind that allows the richness of your life. Because you are not one thing which can be caught or defined, you find yourself manifesting in these many, many different ways. This is the diversity. So the most important thing for this is just to observe how you change with your environment. Now that the early stages of spring are starting, the days are getting longer. The sun is a bit higher in the sky. We hear the birds singing in a more excited and energetic way. The buds are coming out on the trees. We feel something with this. You hear the little birds singing and you feel. You see the wild flowers at the edge of the path and you feel something. You and the world are a movement or a conversation or a pulsation of energy. You are energy and the world is energy. That is to say, shifting patterning. So if you observe that, then when you have a strongly self-referential thought, I feel this, I don't like what you're saying, it is as if there is some fixed me inside. And you see, oh, on you go. Then you see, oh, it is by fusing into this feeling tone, into these words that I am saying, that the vastness of my open awareness becomes so small and so dense that I am just this shape. So we have to stay present and observe. I am movement in the world of movement. And I'm not the movement of an entity, but a movement of space itself. Okay, so we take a break now till 1:45. Good. See you soon. Bye. Okay, let's continue. Maybe we just do a little sitting first. Do this familiar Guru Yoga of the white R. Open gaze, resting on a white letter R with rainbow light around it. And make the sound of R together 3 times, releasing all our fixation on subject and object, and then relaxing openness. The white R we have imagined just dissolves in space, and everything is simply movement in space. Ah. Okay. So that's a simple practice we can do many times in a day. It's not a developmental practice. It's not trying to improve anything or to go somewhere different. We're simply resting in the intrinsic openness, not waiting for the future, not looking back into the past, not selecting this as good and trying to hang on to it, not selecting this as bad and trying to get rid of it. Everything which arises is within the space of the mind. Or we just allow it to come and to go. You can observe for yourself that when you get caught up in thinking about something, this fusion into the arising object creates a sense of I am the thinker. Don't do anything about it. It's already gone. That's why they say it's Dzogchen is the great completion or the great perfection, because however the mind arises, if you are simply present in the openness, you never get lost. But when you feel it's a mess and you have to sort it out, all that's happened is you've fallen into duality. So these two aspects that you read a lot about in Dzogchen, the primordial purity, this is the openness of the mind. And within this, as this, not different from this, is Klundrup, the immediate presencing of just this. So resting on signs, resting on concepts, the world splits into many parts. But if we stay relaxed and open, the whole is continuous. Everything is present in the whole as the display of the whole, awareness and emptiness, clarity and emptiness, appearance and emptiness. So you find yourself responding to circumstances, and you can respond to everything. So this is described as all-pervading compassion. Good things happen to you, then that patterning manifests. Then you get sick and you're going to die, that pattern is manifesting. It is a pattern of experience. It's definitely manifesting, but if on top of it you seal it with the idea, this is happening to me, I don't want this to be happening, then this is an unnecessary and unhelpful commentary and elaboration. Well, stay with the simplicity. Then she says, there is not one single sentient being anywhere whose ground or basis is not the Buddha nature or the heart of all the Sugatas. Although when you think about your life, you can remember the place where you grew up, the people you were at school with, how your parents were, and so on. This kind of storytelling is establishing a chain of linking between phenomena as if they were existing in themselves. That is to say, this body and my experiences of this life, I can say has occurred due to being born to these particular parents in that particular place. So that's like a historical line of past to present and maybe some future. And we can describe the patterning which has arisen due to interaction with these circumstances. That is to say, that is how Klundrup or presence appears under the veil of duality. I am like this because of that. But this present form of me is also interactive, ungraspable, without any essence of its own. So My interpretation involves the use of conventional signs, words of language, to formulate an account of how I came to be me. But what she is saying is that if you observe who is this me, you find that all these patterns are just dissolving like the waves in the sea. In that actually we are this Buddha nature, or the quality of enlightenment, the heart or the womb out of which this happily going or happily appearing Buddha form arises. This term refers to the link between the primordial purity and the instant presence. So in terms of the truth or actuality or as is, our ground is emptiness, the spacious mind of all the Buddhas. But in terms of duality, the word emptiness doesn't sound so good. We want to be someone, to be something. Ayokandra is saying, well, you might want that, but look, is it possible? Is there any basis for this sense that you really exist as some definite person? In this Dzogchen path, we are not trying to convert ourselves from one belief system to another. It's not that, oh, I used to believe in alcohol and now I believe in Jesus Christ. It's not about believing. It's about relaxing the dualistic pulse of belief so that you can clearly see the open appearance. As some of us have looked many times, the clouds are in the sky. If you fixate on the cloud, you think, oh, so many clouds. But the sky is there. The sky is basic. The clouds are adventitious or contingent. So all the experiences of your life arise due to causes and circumstances. Some people have many, many friends. Other people don't have many friends. They're maybe quite lonely. These are patterns of experience. Now, you could distill some false essence out of that. So one person might think, oh, I'm a very nice person. That's why I have so many friends. The other person is thinking, oh, I have no friends. That's because I'm not a very nice person. Nobody likes me. Both of these are interpretations which don't get to the heart of the matter. This kind of analytical investigation of patterns of cause and effect lead to great confusion. So even on a relative level, if you look at it in terms of karma, I have no friends now because in a previous life I cheated many people. I was a bad person. I'm not a bad person now, but the results of my having been a bad person are informing how I am. Oh, so who are you? I am a once upon a time bad person, but now sad, lonely, good person. Concept after concept after concept. If you follow concepts, you will find patterns of appearances, images interpreted as being something. Whatever you believe from your family, from your culture, from the religion of your childhood, your economic status, whether people see you as beautiful or ugly, all of these things do not touch or do not define your actual ground. So the mind itself, this is primordial purity. The content of the mind is the display of effortlessly arising or instantly present Flundru. I am the emergence of the potential of the ever open empty mind itself. And just as the wave that arises in the ocean is water, so the patternings of my life are the energy of the open mind. The potential of the sky to offer hospitality allows rainbows and clouds. These are aspects of the sky. So this is what you can see when you sit in your meditation practice. Moment by moment, there is the emergence of this and then gone, this and then gone. It is the radiance or the clarity or the display of the potential. But if you take up a position with regard to it, it becomes, this is good, I like it, this is not good, I don't like it. So don't chase the content of the mind, stay settled in openness. So then she goes on to display to tell us about what happens if we don't stay open. She says, however, due to the circumstances of the movement of the karmic wind arising from mental activity generated by ignorance, these beings are all enveloped by the net of dualism and so have to wander endlessly in endless samsara. Oh, the circumstances of the movement of the karmic wind, this is the patterning of your life. Karma arises from the sense of being separate from the environment and therefore acting on the environment and also experiencing the environment acting on you. So karmic wind you can also understand as the winds that move in the energy channels in the body as impulses which seem to be self-defining. So that could manifest as, I'm really angry. And because I have a fusion with what is arising as if it was a messenger of truth, then I am angry. And because of that, I want to insult you or attack you. And this gives rise to more karmic patterning. So if the karmic wind can be brought into the central channel, if you can see directly the emptiness of your impulses, your memories, your thoughts, then they don't have much power. But if we don't see the emptiness, then we are in the duality of fusion or rejection, fusion or rejection. So she's saying these karmic winds, they arise from the mental activity generated by ignorance. If you're unaware of the ground, you don't see the emptiness of what is arising. So then we have the sense of subject and object. I am acting on the world is acting on me. Then I'm trying to organize and manage things to bring the optimal conditions for the survival of my sense of being me, of my subjective presence. Due to this, all beings are enveloped, they're wrapped around in the net of dualism. So, for example, if I'm sad and I come and meet you in a cafe and you're smiling, then I know you are not me. I'm sad and you're happy. We're not the same. Okay, so it's in the last bit of that sentence that the problem lies. You're happy for a while. I'm unhappy for a while, coming and going due to circumstances. I could have the conclusion, oh, both of us are unfixed in how we manifest. We arise with circumstances. Or I can solidify it, reify it. You're happy, I'm not happy. Well, we don't see eye to eye. We don't live in the same world. I don't get it. And this is what our dualistic consciousness is doing all the time. It's getting close, then getting different, separated. And on the basis of feeling close, I behave in one way to you. And on the basis of feeling distant from you, I behave in another way. And so she says, due to this, we wander endlessly in endless samsara. Samsara is indicating that, like it's called, the word in Tibetan is korwa, which means like a revolving or a wheel that's going around. So something arises, I respond. Something arises, I respond. I act, you react to my action. So in this way, pulsation is occurring all the time. Because the fact is, we are the same in our emptiness, in our absence of a fixed identity, but we believe in the presence of a fixed identity. And so we take the transient patterning of our emergent energy to be a sign of how I am. And on the basis of this, I see, oh, we're not very similar. And so we have some misunderstandings and confusions and feel kind of alienated and a bit lost and lonely. All this work and energy and feeling and thinking and pain and hopes and fears, all is arising from just one cause. The root is, I am unaware of my mind as it is. And once you are in samsara, once you have the sense, I exist, then hovering over you is the shadow of non-existence, death. I don't want to die. I want to live forever. I like being me, even if I'm unhappy sometimes. I want to be me. I know this me. This is me. And so emptiness is misinterpreted as non-existence. And the ceaseless display of Lundrup, of instant presence, is misinterpreted as existence. And so in protecting your existence against non-existence, we don't recognize that our presence is inseparable from its open empty ground. We neither exist nor don't exist. We are the unborn presence of the open empty ground. When this is not recognized, then event after event after event is misconstrued. So this is a central point. It's not very complicated. The fact that something is ungraspable is difficult for people who are always grasping. Oh, there's a new restaurant in town. I wonder if it's good. Let's go and see. We want to know. If it's good, we want to go there regularly. If it's not good, we never go there again. If we observe our ordinary mental process, it's endlessly trying to get more of the good and less of the bad. But if you go to this wonderful restaurant with your partner and you just had a fight, probably you won't enjoy the evening too much, because many factors are operating to create the patterns of our experience. So when we start to see our life as dynamic, interactive, then the notion of self-existing entities starts to dissolve. So then she says, the actual situation of the mind itself, or the truth, the heart of the primordial ground or basis, which is also known as bodhicitta, the mind as it is from the very beginning uninfluenced in any way by the causal force of discriminating between good and bad, and thus is self-present. So she is putting together at the beginning there many different technical terms. These terms all point towards how the mind is. But because the mind itself is not a thing, it's not even an appearance. It's not something you can find as something existing somewhere, then whatever we say about it is not going to be correct. When Buddha Shakyamuni first got enlightened under the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya, he was sitting afterwards, decided, there's nothing to say about this, no one would understand. So he didn't want to speak. But then gradually many gods and great people came and were begging him, please teach us, teach us. And out of compassion, he started to teach, although he had his doubts if it would be useful. So he gave one teaching, and then he started to say something slightly different, because what he said was not the whole story. Then he spent another 50 years talking and talking and talking and talking. And now we have this many, many books of the collected teachings of the Buddha Shakyamuni, but still nobody can say. That's why we have all these names, the Buddha nature, heart of all the Buddhas, the unborn truth, and so on. So this is why it's very important not to become scholarly around this, so that you build up a sense that you know something by knowing the words. The main text that you have to study is your own mind. And mind is very interesting. It's always different, so you won't get bored, and it's always the same. So once you see it, oh, this is how it is. So the mind as it is, she says, it's always, from the very beginning, uninfluenced in any way by the causal force of discriminating between good and bad. So here she's pointing to the fact that the obscurations, the veils that we live in, are dynamic and unfolding, because liking and not liking is generative of new patterning. Okay, so she's talking here about the discriminating between good and bad. So this is good, this is bad, I like it, I don't like it. If you imagine this in your body, if something is good and you like it, you go towards it. If it's unpleasant and you don't like it, you go away from it. If this activity generates the patterns of interpretation that, oh, this should be avoided, or try to get more of that. And so instead of having a panoramic presence which sees all the flavors of everything, we go into the little tunnel vision of what I like and what I don't like. So she's saying that because the mind itself is not involved in that kind of activity, it is self-present. Self-present here I'm using for Rangjung, which could also be self-arising. It is self-present because there is nothing behind it causing it to be present. The mind displays many, many possibilities. All of these possibilities are empty of inherent self-nature. So nothing is born from the mind or comes out of the mind. Each of us at this very moment is, if you like, present in our mind. The mind is open, and from and within the mind, not coming out of the mind, but within the mind, there is this experience, which is appearing and changing and appearing and moving. This is unborn. Unborn in the sense that it doesn't become something which can be defined. I am not born. No, that might seem very strange. I am only born through identification with concepts. If I tell you about myself, born in Scotland, doing this, doing that, and so on, build up this image of me. But I am not the concept. I'm this. And how this will be in the next minute, I don't know. Because this arises with that. This and that, subject and object, self and environment, moving, they're all dynamic. And if you stay present with it, as it, on the point, then it's this. And there's nothing much to say. We speak to communicate, to connect. I can't tell you what it's like to be me, but I can tell you in a way that gives you something to think about. Just as when the words come out of my mouth, they go away from me. If I'm describing to you what I'm feeling, it's also going away from me, because now something else is arising for me. This is why psychotherapy is very strange. The stories we tell about ourselves are never ourselves. They form a kind of middle territory of creating patterns of symbolization. Although in order to function in the world, we have to be able to use conceptual patterning, this is illusory. That is to say, it's relative truth. Now the value of the ruble is going right down in terms of international exchange, because money doesn't have any fixed value. On the note, it says 10 euros. Oh, I've got 10 euros in a world of inflation. So as inflation is going up, my note should be shrinking if it was an honest piece of paper. But it doesn't show the truth. It pretends I'm always 10 euros, but the meaning is relative, situational, contingent. So this is so important to see that we need to use conventions for communication, but the actuality, the immediacy of the moment cannot be caught by the concept. The actual is self-present, it's just this. Whereas the conceptual is arising on the basis of other concepts. So a banana is just there. How many bananas you can buy for 10 euros depends on changes in world trade and whether there's been storms in the hot tropical countries where they grow bananas and so on. So again and again, concepts belong to compassion, not wisdom. They provide methods of linking. They are manifest and you can think about them, but they are never securely established. Now, wisdom takes you to the truth, the unchanging truth, but you can't say it. So don't try to tell the truth. I'm talking hopefully to you, somebody there behind the screen, and trying to get some kind of connectivity into how we can move the patterns in our mind and not be trapped in them. So then she says, your own mind itself, how your mind actually is free of any meditation which belongs to a path, and thus it is self-liberating. So there are many kinds of meditation, and they tend to be part of a path. A path is going from here to somewhere else. Generally speaking, we try to remove obscurations and bring more clarity. That means that certain views and opinions are important and should be maintained. Don't do bad things, try to do good things. So stealing is bad, and it's bad on Monday and it's bad on Friday. So practice not stealing, then it's good. Don't get distracted in meditation. It's better to be focused than distracted. These belong to a path. For example, doing calming meditation, shine or shamatha. But here's saying, the main thing is to awaken to your mind as it is. It is unconditioned. It's uninfluenced from the very beginning by any kind of movement of good and bad, right and wrong. So simply stay present with the openness of the mind, whatever is arising. If you do this, then you see everything which arises is self-liberating. Your negative patterns and impulses will vanish, and your good habits will also vanish. Now, from the relative truth or dualistic position, this doesn't sound very useful. But I want to be a better person. Then Ayukandra said, but you are a Buddha. Why would you want to be a good person? People suffer from birth, old age, sickness, and death. Beings are full of hopes and fears. Why would you want to stay like that? That kind of experience arises when you don't see your own pure ground. But I want people to like me. Okay, but some people will like you and some people won't like you. And the people who like you will like you for a while and then they won't like you. So what should I do? Well, don't do anything. The mind is pure from the very beginning. Relax into the intrinsic purity of your own being. Intrinsically pure means you don't have to improve it. Your habit of striving and making and doing and trying harder, this is actually an obscuration. From the point of view of duality, yes, developing yourself makes sense. But from the point of view of non-duality, it's not so important, because the world that rests on concepts is unstable. After the ending of the Soviet regime of the USSR, people believed now could be in a world of peace. Now Estonia, Latvia, and so on have independence. People are happy, their standard of living improves. This is wonderful. And then many people think, oh, that is a fact. But actually it's an opinion. It's an opinion which is not shared by Mr. Putin. The strength of these countries is a threat to Russia. Everything in samsara is interpretation and is relative. Only the mind itself, the purity of awareness, is not pulled this way and that by the patterning of events. So many things that happen in this world are beyond our comprehension. The world population is increasing and increasing. This is unsustainable. We are heading for big disasters, because when you have limited resources, then the question of who is going to get some is very intense. Inside duality, the seeds of war and conflict are being heated up. Forest fires, huge waves, fish being poisoned in the sea, means food supplies are going down, population is going up, because we don't collaborate. Some people say, oh, it's one world, we should all collaborate together. But that's soft. Nationalism, that's strong. My country first. Death to my enemies. That is loud and clear from Russia. Millions of people are being displaced. These displaced people will flood into Europe, undermining the economy and so on. This is called disaster. And you can see this is driven by conceptual identification. The Ukraine is part of Russia for some Russians. That's an opinion. Don't tell me it's an opinion. Can't you see? I have a gun. When I combine what you call my opinion with my gun, it becomes a fact. This is what we see. Oh, if you understand the emptiness of the mind, you understand the emptiness of concepts. Concepts cannot tell the truth. The truth is emptiness. The function of concepts is to promote communication and connectivity. But when they are captured by dogmatic systems of interpretation, they provide neither wisdom nor compassion. Oh, what she's saying is focus on opening to your mind as it is in itself. Stop thinking about things and open to the intrinsic. Okay, so we have a break now and we're back at 2:00 English time, so 55 minutes from now. See you soon. Bye. Okay. Okay, so let's just sit for a little bit together, just relax into the openness and allow whatever comes to come. Okay. So when we simply sit in that way, everything is emergent. There is nothing to hold on to. And essentially nobody who needs to hold on, because it is the ego that needs control, but not awareness. Because awareness itself doesn't participate. It's not that on the basis of me being aware of that, then I do this. That would be a dualistic consciousness. Whereas awareness is simply revealing. That's all it does, it's just showing. Its own energy radiates out as all these movements of specific possibilities. In the traditional example, the sun is in the sky. This is like awareness, it illuminates everything. And the rays of the sun come to us as light and heat. So the light and heat is the energy of connectivity. So if you have a series of thoughts and feelings emerging in the mind, this is a free association, because if it's coming from awareness, it's not in the service of the ego. Patterns arise and then vanish. But if you seem to be merged into a thought, and the patterning seems important, then there's an urge to hang on to it. Something is happening. Actually, appearance and emptiness is happening. The sense of somethingness is a delusion generated by the intensity of attachment. So self and other are arising together. They're like twins, they're joined together. The world impacts us, we respond, it shifts the world a little bit. There's a toing and froing between these. But when you have a identification with one polarity, with self, distancing itself from the other, then the self wants to do something to the patterning of the other. And this is where we see the heart of self-deception. So the self and other are born together, they are connected. But when the self has the sense of, no, I am me, you're not me, this is a false understanding. I am myself. I'm nothing to do with you, but I need you. So developmentally, we always see this with children. And at a certain age, they start to hate their dependency on their parents. You're not my mother. But then they get upset and lonely and want to be comforted and fed. Of course, largely this is because nobody's showing them the truth of the Dharma. They're being welcomed into a world in which you are just yourself, you're quite separate, and you're connected. In the relation between separation and connection is very confusing. So when we sit in the meditation and we find ourselves caught up in thoughts, it is the ego that needs the thought, not, or let me say it this way, the grasping of the self onto the other, of the ego onto the thought or the feeling, is a strange effort to try to join two things which are not separate. And so a lot of energy is wasted in trying to bring an alignment between self and other. The problem is this: self and other are ever changing, and they're also always together, but they're not together as two things because they're not things. Again, it's like if you go to the sea and you see the waves moving. Many waves are moving across, but if you identify this one and the one next to it, the waves are always together, but not as stable formations. And the ego, in the desire for control, seeks to make stable formations. And that is impossible. So on a general level, we talk about impermanence. So the formations are unstable, but the connectivity is stable. That is to say, things are united on the level of clarity of emergence from the ground, but on the level of manifestation, you have differentiation. So if we just use the tantric language, so if the mind is like the Dharmakaya, open like the sky, the clarity or radiance of this is everything is here together. That is to say, all empty, shining appearances here together. And when you see this emergence in relation to the ground, everything is the same. But in terms of the manifestation in their distinctiveness, they don't look the same. So when out of the clear blue sky, you have the gradual development of the mandala with the different deities, they are all the same in relation to their ground or source, which is open emptiness. But their function is different, because there'll be a central figure in the middle of the mandala, and then different formations and protectors and so on. They all are equal in their emptiness, but diverse in their potential of activity. So Ayukandro was beginning by saying everything is your own mind. However experiences arise, these experiences are not different from the open, radiant mind of awareness. But in terms of manifestation, experiences are different. So happiness and sadness are not the same. These emotions affect our posture, our breathing, our availability, and so on. But the essence of happiness is emptiness. It's a set of dynamic sensations and subtle qualities which is self-vanishing. The same with anger or jealousy. These are patterns of energy which is intrinsically empty of self-substance. So if you don't see the ground, if you don't see the mind itself, you are stuck with the differentiation of the patterning and then it's misapprehended as being the sign of truly different existences. So she's then saying, in terms of the unmediated, unartificial simplicity, your mind itself is free of the accomplishments of the result, and thus is complete from the very beginning. We only need to be interested in the result if there is something wrong or something not ripened, which requires a process, a path. So in the Dzogchen lineages, the original Buddha, which is a symbol for our unchanging mind, is Samantabhadra. And he is naked. His manifestation in the terms of energy presentation, you could say, is called Padmasambhava. Means he manifests from emptiness, like the lotus. Padmasambhava has a big stick with 3 heads on it and a trident on the top, in the skull cup with a pot in it, and a vajra, and a hat, and 3 layers of robes. That's quite defined. Kuntuzampo is naked. What are you going to say? Is naked. No ornamentation, no qualities. The mind itself is open. But when energy manifests, it always has patterning, like Padmasambhava or Tara. So if you have a big hat on your head and a big stick and a skull cup, you've got to watch out for moths that are going to eat your fancy robes and so on. You can think about Padmasambhava because he has many hooks for thinking. And it's not just one form, but the 8 forms of Padmasambhava. But Samantabhadra, essentially just one. Now, we also have many qualities. Qualities are expressive. They're showing different possibilities. So if you stay with the expressive quality in the moment, then it's like dancing. Your body is moving in many different ways to the music. So if somebody was there with a camera and was taking hundreds of photographs of you as you were dancing, all of these images would represent how you had been. And yet you're not. They're not definitive. But we tend to take the photograph as definitive, that it somehow pins the person down. So if you are a professional dancer, you go to your agent with a portfolio of pictures of you dancing, and you try to work out which is the best one to use for publicity, which one best shows how you really are. But all it can show is how you really were. When you see the picture of the dancer, you see the performance that is already over and will never be repeated. So that's what she is pointing to here, that the accomplishments of the result is a kind of language which imagines you will arrive somewhere defined, yet we manifest according to circumstances. So some of us have met traditional Tibetan lamas who have been exiled from their traditional world. They might be living in the Western country or in India, but they are having to respond to a changed environment. If they're going to help people, they have to be flexible and find a way to connect with people who have very different assumptions. That is to say that compassion is not about taking up a position or arriving somewhere. Rather, it's an availability to mutate, to change forms according to circumstances. And she says, and because it's not, the mind itself is not a result or a product or an outcome, it's complete from the very beginning. It's free of communication by language, and thus is beyond the realm of science. No, we are spending some time together looking at this text, and I'm trying to illustrate or illuminate certain aspects of the text. The function of this is to help us to settle into the mind itself without relying on thoughts and concepts and language. Signs are indicating something else. The sign points to that which it is not. But the mind itself is always immediate, not mediated. So when we sit in the practice and we see the arising and passing of thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on, we start to see that these are empty appearances. For example, if you have a flower and you hold it in front of a mirror, you see a reflection of the flower in the mirror, but actually the reflection has no substance to it at all. The reflection is manifestly illusory. You can't hold the reflection, you can't smell it or taste it. The reflection is actually existentially quite other than the flower you're holding in your hand. So when we use language talking about the world, we are creating reflections in the mirror. For example, I'm in London, but you can't hold London the way you could hold a flower. Not only are there many, many roads and houses and buildings and underground and so on in London, which would indicate that it's the site of incredible complexity, but it reveals itself through interpretation. People like different parts of the city. They have opinions about it. So London itself is ungraspable, and one's own experience of it moment by moment is ungraspable. There is no flower of London reflected in the mirror. There's only reflections in the mirror. The reflections emerge out of the mirror, nowhere to get to. There is experience, and the experience is always in the mind. The important thing is to see the experiences in the mind. That is liberation, because you can't catch the reflection. It's unborn, but there. When you sit in the practice, you can't catch your thought. Sometimes it feels that your thoughts can catch you, but you can't catch your thought. It is the mind. And that's why it's complete from the very beginning, because the appearance and the ground have never been separated. The original purity of Kada and the bright radiance of Hlundrup are not two, they are non-dual. So there you are, sitting wherever you are, in whichever country. And I say, imagine your best summer holiday when you were a child. And some kind of image or recollection arises. It may have quite an intensity of feeling tone. And there's nothing there. The intensity of the arising experience points simply to the intensity of the arising experience. It is not an indicator that it is truly existing. Just like if we caress our face, the sensation comes and goes, thoughts and feelings come and go. So there are no signs which can point us to truly existing things. All signs are a lie, because there is no existent referent. The referent is born from belief in the sign. Oh, you need to investigate this again and again till it's clear for you. The only time is now, the only place is here. Yet, paradoxically, all time and all places are here and now. Then she says, it is not accessible to measurement by thought, and thus is the great freedom from the intellect. So our dualistic thinking is the way in which we attribute qualities and values and significance to appearances that we take to be the appearance of something. We say, this apple is not as good as the ones we got last week. There you are comparing a memory with something you see in front of you. Both are reified. That is to say, you're talking of them as if they had true existence. But the mind itself is not like that. So sometimes we've talked of these famous 5 questions. Does the mind have a shape and a color? Does it have a size? Is it big or small? Does it come from someplace? Does it stay someplace? Does it go someplace? When we examine our mind, just by sitting and being very close to the mind and trying to get some real sense of how it shows itself, we see that the thoughts and feelings and sensations, they do seem to come from someplace because they weren't there before and now they're here and then they go away again. But the mind itself, this open illumination, is it located anywhere? So we keep looking and looking, and we see, oh, I am within my mind. I am a radiant pattern of illumination moving in the field of illumination, a field which is intrinsically empty of the least atom's worth of real existence. I am a movement of the display of the unborn. Means I'm not a thing. I'm a patterning arising in the field of interactive patterning. And because I'm in the field of movement, how will I find a stable point outside the field to measure things inside the field? What we measure is our concept of measurability. This table I sit at is a meter squared. And a meter is a concept. It's arbitrary. In Britain, we always used to talk about yards, but now we came more into the decimal system, so we talk about meters. So if you want to export products to countries where they use meters and centimeters, then you should use that language. There is no self-existing meter. It is a mental concept. In the same way, the mind itself is not a thing that you can measure. When we read the text, we often come across a term free of artifice or uncontrived. This refers to a Tibetan word, mache, means nobody's made it, nobody's changed it, it just is as it is. But the measurement is always about artifice, the imposition of abstract concepts in order to try to give some predictive ordering to phenomena. So measurement is based on an axiom, a foundational belief that there is something there to measure and that the units of measurement can be standardized. So these are mental constructs. So we can go to great cathedrals in Europe and see these paintings of God up in the heavens, sitting on a throne, surrounded by the saints, the seraphim, the cherubim, and so on. Oh, so now we know what heaven is like. But the painter imagined it. If you believe in it, then you know, oh, definite knowledge. Heaven is like that. When I die, I want to go to Leonardo da Vinci's heaven. It looks good. More comfortable. The clouds, you can just lean back on them. It's wonderful. So this is the intellect. It's measuring, giving evaluation, creating things without imagining that it is rational, without seeing that it is entirely imaginary creativity. Then she says it's completely beyond all the elaborations of the 8 limiting positions. As soon as unawareness gives rise to the duality of self and other, these 8 positions, which are 4 pairs of link positions, they start to manifest as ways of organizing experience. So we have beginning and ending, which links to young and old, new and stale, and so on. Then we have nihilism and eternalism, or kind of nothing at all and something which is always there. And coming and going, arriving and departing. And these are very important for us because we are traveling people. We are always moving. When you're small, you learn that next year after the holiday, you're going to school. You leave your home and you go to the school. And this strengthens the idea that I continue as an eternal existent, but move from one place to another. And then the final pairing is unity or only one thing, and diversity or many different things. So we might say we are all sentient beings. And that's the main thing, we are sentient beings. We are the same in being sentient, or we are very different in how we are sentient beings. And the key thing about these polarities is that they are the end point of a movement, the beginning, the end. Between these polarities, there is a less determinate arena. That arena is what in Buddhism they call the middle way. The middle way points to that which is immediately present, but cannot be captured by a definition. So a very, excuse me, a very simple exercise you can practice in your own room. You go to one wall and push on it, have a sense of the shape of the wall and how it just is, and the precision of your shape in relation to the wall, and then go to the opposite wall and press again, and then stand in the middle of the room. You can reach out with your arms, but there is nothing to push against. You're not being shaped by opposition to anything. You have freedom to move in any direction. You're not held in place by anything definite. But what you find is that it helps if you collaborate with the line of gravity. So if you remain grounded and centered, you have a lot of scope for movement. So this is so important because very often teenagers give themselves shape by fighting with their parents, saying, you don't understand, you're stupid, life's not like that. And they usually take the parents to be much more rigid and defined than the parents actually are. Because this opposition or conflict allows the teenager to give themselves of a sense of, I'm not you, but I'm using not being you as a way of defining myself. So all polarities are like that. Something is hot because it's not cold. Something is big because it's not small. But when you stand in the middle of the room and you move, you start to feel the integrity of your presence, which is not defined by opposition to anything. So Namkhai Norbu very often said, don't enter into judgment. All judgments are based in polarities: honest, dishonest, friendly, not friendly, and so on. Whereas if you just stay with the immediacy of the arising experience, it offers its precise texture or shape without entering into a site of definition. When you come to a conclusion, it's a kind of death or a door closing. So, say, for example, you go for a job interview. You have hope, oh, I would like to work here, they give me some good money and so on. But then you get a letter or an email saying, sorry, you didn't get the job. Their conclusion has closed the door. It's killed off a hope that you had. And that can be very shaping in people's lives, especially if they then generate a further conclusion: I'm useless, I'll never get a good job, what's the point? So in our practice, we always try to avoid the extremes, not defining what is arising in your mind, not saying, oh, that was a very good meditation. When you go for a walk in the park and you see the flowers, if you say, oh, they are so beautiful, the flower doesn't need a comment. The flower is just a flower. The dog likes to piss on the lamppost in order to define its territory. And we piss on everything in the world to establish the importance of our opinions. So if you just stay with the flower, relaxed and open, the quality of beauty is that it will dissolve you and make you soft. So there's nothing to say. When you say the flower is beautiful, it means the flower that exists in my mind as the product of my concept is beautiful. So the more we stay relaxed and open, we find that the exquisite precision of the world brings a silence to us. Non-dual presence, being fully open and with whatever is occurring, is complete. It is Dzogpa Chembo, complete, and therefore doesn't need extra judgments, comments, and so on. So she says that this fact of being beyond all polarities, this quality of the mind itself, is the great inseparability of awareness and emptiness. When we are aware of the emptiness of everything we are aware of, and that awareness itself is empty, then experience is non-cumulative. It's not built up by adding one thing onto another. It's always just this. And so that's a very precise, complete, and non-conceptual. So whatever occurs, whatever kind of experience arises, whether it seems outside or inside, our unborn mind itself, this union of awareness and emptiness, remains happily in the state of unchanging original clarity. That is to say, awareness is not generated out of the qualities of the object. Now, the subject is generated out of the qualities of the object. For example, you might go to an art gallery and you find that some paintings really touch you and others don't. So with one painting, you could stand in front of it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and for another, 30 seconds is enough. That is to say, your availability and the openness that you feel towards this particular object is determined by the qualities you perceive in the object. But awareness is not dependent on the quality of the object. Awareness is not the subject. Subject is a formation of experience, object is a formation of experience, and both arise within the illuminated open sphere of awareness. That is to say, you can be looking at this painting, you experience your experience of it, and you also experience your experience of you experiencing your experience of the painting. Both these pulsations of experience are moving in the space of awareness. Both are arising and passing, self-liberating. But if you slip out of awareness into personal subjectivity, then your experience of the painting becomes invested with a kind of existent validity. Something is there. You have moved from self-liberating experience to seemingly existent entity. So what she is saying is, whether objects or subject aspects seem good or bad, life fulfilling or life diminishing, however they are, your mind itself, the openness of the mind remains in this state of unchanging original clarity. So unchanging here means without bias, without prejudice, without taking sides. That is to say, awareness is not a participant in the process of the unfolding, nor is it outside looking in as an observer, but it's the immediacy of being present without attachment and bias. And so appearances come and go, come and go. And so he says, and thus it is self-liberating in its own place. That is to say, the reflection does not mark the mirror. If you like, the mirror is self-liberating just as it is. If you drive in a car, the side mirror is showing endless impressions. Each one arises and vanishes. The image is self-liberating. But what she is indicating here, oh yes, and the mirror itself is self-liberating, because it's not taking on any trace or any mark. It's immediately fresh. No one has to refresh it. So we know in ourselves that if somebody who we're involved with says something unkind to us, it tends to linger, comes into us like a little itch or poison. Why would they say that? It's disturbing. Why would they do that? Something is wrong. Then we can see that our self-image has been attacked by their negative comment. Other things are happening. Maybe you're walking along the road, trees, flowers, people coming and going. But this thought, this feeling, it's staying with me. It has stuck into something. And that is the self-nexus, which is also illusory and empty, but in the dull stupidity of its insistence on being an existent, it carries the mark. So again, this is like a very useful little check test, like a litmus test. Is it awareness or consciousness? Consciousness takes an object and is dualistic. Awareness doesn't take an object and is not a subject and is beyond duality. And due to this, it's always fresh. Whereas most of us can remember some event in our childhood, which might be many, many years ago, where it was an injustice. It was just not fair. We are marked by that experience. Nowadays people talk a lot about trauma, and it has that sense that trauma originally was a wound into the flesh, and now it becomes some kind of mark on the contouring of my self-image. Okay, let's take a break for 25 minutes, back at 1:45. Very good. Very good. Okay. So just before we go back to the text, I want to introduce another little book we have produced. It's called Proud Little Cloud. And it's a book for small children, maybe from the age of 2 onwards. I wrote the little storyline, which has many Dharma themes in it, but no Dharma language. And then my colleague Amanda Libos did these very nice drawings. And my other colleague Sarah Allen, she did the layout and the lettering. So it's a nice little story that shows how we can get lost in pride and become released from it by finding our connectivity with the world around us. So it should be easily available in the next week or so. We can see that the Dharma is not spreading like wildfire. Wildfire is spreading like wildfire. Oh, you know, I think personally, of course, I believe that Dharma is good for everyone and helps the mind to be peaceful and the heart to open. But we do need to find more creative ways to show people these alternative ways of experiencing life. And we will soon be putting up on the website some information on how to use molds to make little images of the Buddha or Padmasambhava in clay. And then these can be painted or left plain and blessed and put in the environment around you to create some sense of healing of the 5 elements. When we live in an environment that seems very secular and maybe we don't know people who are practicing, who might live near us, then it can feel like a real effortful urge to have to do the Dharma. Well, in a Tibetan village, they might have a painted gateway at the entrance with mandalas and deities painted in it, and a mani wall with many carved stones in this small temple, and prayer flags, of course. There were many daily reminders of Dharma. So Dharma is not going to be presented to us in its simple form, already prepared. So when we are walking on the street and a car's brakes screech near us, this is the sound of emptiness. If somebody parks their car very close to yours so that it's difficult to get back out onto the road, this is a teaching on the 5 poisons. How could they do that? The power of mental obscuration. Everywhere you look, you will see the 5 poisons dancing. So whatever we can do to bring the flavor of Dharma and illuminate it is likely to help us not slipping into judgment of good and bad. So then Ayokandro continues. She has been describing how our mind actually is, and now she says, however, due to the illusion of diverse thoughts in the manner of a dream, sentient beings are led to all the sites of existence in samsara. So the illusion of diverse thoughts means that thoughts, when we don't see their ground or source as the empty openness of the mind, then we don't see that they are like a dream. They seem to be real, and they point us towards events which seem to be real. So say, for example, if you grow up in a country where there is a stress on national identity, you might grow up thinking, I want to protect a beautiful country. It's kind of big, vague, idealizing idea. So then you join the army, and eventually you find yourself in a war situation, and you are killing people. You didn't plan to kill people, you wanted to defend your country. You had not thought through the implications of being a soldier. If you become a soldier, you have to obey orders. When your superior says, shoot at these people, you have to shoot. And if the generals have decided that killing non-combatant people, mothers with their children, then you have to kill them. Your original motivation now is becoming perverted as you find yourself inside the realm of strategy and tactics. For the general, it's obvious that increasing fear and the population will help you to win the war, so you bring as much horror as possible. So what's always very important in Dharma is to keep the mind very open, so that by the free movement of thoughts and feelings, the wildest possibilities of our intention can be revealed to us before we act. Every war, like with Napoleon and Russia, or the First World War, or Second World War, at the beginning, nobody had a sense of where the war would lead. So dependent co-origination means many, many factors will be operating in any situation. But the ego self has usually a very narrow sense of its own agency. I am going to do this, and then that will happen. The end of the Second World War, developing nuclear weapons and then using them against Japan, it looked like a powerful way to stop the war and to stop so many people having to die. But as with Pandora's box, once the lid is opened, these powerful tools tend to spread in all directions, so that your enemies have the same kind of weapons as you do. So now every evening you can watch on the television the dead bodies in the Ukraine, and your political leaders say, but we can't send our soldiers to support them because that will be the Third World War. And the Ukrainians say, but the Third World War has already started. So now bureaucracy rules the world. Ukraine is not in NATO. They haven't signed on a piece of paper. We don't have to help them. So then we watch, castrated by ethics. Except it's not real ethics, it's a legalistic positioning. And you think of the chaos that will arise from this fighting in Ukraine. So that's what she's indicating here, is that you think you know what's going on, but like in a nightmare, you go down a little corridor and you go into a room and something is horrible. Human beings do many, many things with what they would take to be a good intention, but the outcome is bad. Again, as the Buddha said, everywhere sentient beings want to be happy, yet everywhere they act in ways which don't bring happiness. So, due to the diversity of people's taste buds and sensory connectivity with the world. We get pulled into behaviors which lead us in the karmic ripening to rebirth in different realms. For example, sugar cane doesn't grow in Great Britain. It's too cold. But we can grow it in the Caribbean. So 300-400 years ago, it was obvious to go to Africa and get Africans who live in a hot country and take them to the Caribbean to grow sugar cane so that people in Britain could have sugar in their tea. How nice to have some sweet tea. I get my sugar from that shop down the road. That's where the sugar comes from, the shop. Then you don't need to think about slavery and people being forced to work long hours and so on. In that way, the elective stupidity of mental dullness that does not penetrate to cause and effect allows us to deceive ourselves and others. So she's saying that all the suffering in the 6 realms of samsara arises from misunderstanding that the content of the mind is inseparable from the base of the mind itself, which is empty. When you have, so she continues, when you have seen your own origin, by the truth of that, due to emptiness, the way of being of how you are is what is known as Buddha. We sit in the practice, we look with the 5 questions or just in an open way, and the mind shows itself again and again. Whatever is arising in its immediacy is ungraspable. And the origin of that displaying phenomena is also ungraspable. If you look for the sky, you can't find any center or anything to get hold of. And yet moving in the sky, there are birds and clouds and rainbows. When you look in the mirror, you can't find any essence of mirror. Moreover, the reflections arising in the mirror have no true existence that you can take hold of. The emptiness of form and the emptiness of emptiness are not 2 things. Emptiness is not a subtle form of thing. So we have to be careful when we read the text not to imagine that it's some kind of metaphysical quintessence, some very subtle essence of everything. As it says in the Heart Sutra, form is emptiness and emptiness is form. Form is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. That is to say, every form you see, your body, what's in your flat, what's out in the street, all of these forms are empty of inherent existence. So everything you see is an appearance without any inner truth to it. However, energy transmutes, it goes into different formations. The field of emergence is diverse. It's multifactorial. It has many pluralistic aspects. It's not that there are separate things which are crashing into each other, but in more kind of relational co-emergence. So we know water. If water is coming out of the top of the hill, it will run down the hill because it's influenced by gravity, but it doesn't move by itself. If you put it in a cup, it just stays there. The temperature increases, the water will evaporate quickly, and if it's boiling, turn into steam. And if the temperature goes down, the water will turn into ice. So ice, water, steam. These are modalities of potential. These modalities show different qualities or different functions. In the same way as we've looked earlier today, if you get angry, your breathing will change, your posture will change. If you feel happy, again, it will change. All of these formations lack any defining precise essence. They arise due to causes and circumstances. They arise as ice and emptiness, steam and emptiness, water and emptiness, anger and emptiness, happiness and emptiness. When we follow this teaching of the middle way, we are keeping the form and emptiness together. We're not splitting. If you split the two, then the form aspect becomes eternal, this exists, and the emptiness aspect becomes nihilism or oblivion, there's nothing there at all. Because things are empty, they don't settle into a fixed formation. On a subtle level, everything is changing. When you see the emptiness, then the precise actuality of presentation of phenomena becomes absolutely unique. For example, the builders had put scaffolding on the outside of this building where my flat is. So this influences how the light comes into this room where I'm sitting. And the angle of the sun influences it, and the thickness of the clouds. So this affects what I see. What I see is light. And the quality of the light changes as the sun starts to go down. What I think is what I see, some bookcases with piles of papers and so on. So these papers are always there. That is a sequence of concepts. By formulating this version of my experience in terms of concepts, I have a sense of the reassuring predictability of experience. So my knowledge of what is on the bookshelves makes me dull and stupid. Because if I look, I'm struck by different patterns which arise because I also have electric light on, light in the window, electric light changing, new shadows are coming up, and something catches my attention and some thoughts arise. I see the pink paper that we put on the cover of books I did a long time ago with Siya Lama in India. For some reason, that connective thought arises, and then other ones. It's always fresh. If you play snooker, when you set up the colored balls at first, you have a little wooden triangle and you put the balls in. And then you gently take the triangle off, and then you take the first shot. And if you are an amateur player like me, you've no idea where the balls are going to go. But if you were to keep the wooden triangle around the balls, then the white ball would go up, but the colored balls wouldn't move. So this is like a concept functioning in the mind. The idea of the bookshelf and I know what's on it keeps the potential of all the different elements there from moving around too much, or at least I don't see them. So if you see the emptiness of everything, then what you see is patterns of emptiness. The potential of emptiness is to show ever-shifting patterns of emptiness. So you have experience, the senses are alive with things moving and changing, but nothing is born. That is to say, nothing comes out of the matrix to exist as an isolate, a separated entity. So there is no need to control the diversity of experience. The difference between awake and not awake is that all appearances are welcomed in their emptiness with awareness, and all appearances are separated from their emptiness by consciousness. So she's saying that if you see the emptiness of everything without having to analyze it and conceptualize emptiness, if you just see it, then this is Buddha. That is to say, ignorance covers the world. If you just see how it is, then the covering is self-liberating, because the covering is empty. That's why the Heart Sutra is so important, and one should try to read it frequently. The object of your senses is empty. The organs of your senses are empty, and the consciousness responding to the information through the senses is empty. Ignorance is to grasp at empty formations and fill them with the fantasy of separate existence. So then she says, and if you see yourself in this way, that you are Buddha, then you won't go searching for anything else, because now you see how it is. So this is so important for our practice. You go to the shops and you want to buy, I don't know, some vegetables or some fruit. A thought arises in your mind and you want to buy some pears. Then another thought arises, no, I want to have bananas. Both are empty. The apple doesn't, or the pear doesn't taste like a banana. These are forms and flavors devoid of true essence. So where do these different flavors come from? They are the potential of the ground. Of course, if you have studied Western science and you have a lot of training in materialism, and you say, oh, the flavor in the banana is developed by these chemical combinations, which is different from that in the pear, that's another way of looking at it. And you can write out the chemical formula, organic and inorganic, of what you think is generating the taste of the banana. Now you have definite knowledge, until you get into conversation with a physicist. And the physicist said, oh, my child, you still believe that atoms exist? Have you been asleep all your life? You can't catch it. What you catch is just your own idea. It depends on the level of magnification. If you look at a little sample of your poo in a microscope, you will find that there are things living in your body you don't want to know about. Better not to look in the microscope. Life is very complicated. There are many, many factors moving together. We think we own our body, but the bacteria, they have a fair claim to being in charge. That is to say, dependent origination means that all these potential subnuclear energy, the energy of an atom formation in its capacity of bonding with others, these are all patterns of the potential of emptiness. So in this interactive matrix, freedom comes when you really see it is as it is. The texts say, if you go to heaven, go to heaven. If you go down to hell, go to hell. What this essentially means is don't go into judgment. Stay with the phenomena. When you get sick, you get a cold, or you get a backache, or you have some problem with your heart, you have the immediacy of the phenomena. And if you go to the doctor, you get a diagnosis, which is a formulation, a shaping, taking the strands of evidence and creating a picture of what is wrong. Something is wrong with me. Something is wrong with my body. means the body patterning, internal communication is going through changes. It is this. If you can stay present with this, then it's this. But if you go into judgment and say, this is bad, I don't want it to be like this, I need to get some help, that may be useful, but very often we just have to live with it. It's my life is like this. What I can remember of personally, what I can remember about me being young and healthy is somebody else. Now I find I get tired. That's how I am. So this kind of tiredness or heaviness is there. Where is it? In the space of awareness. In the space of awareness, the Dharma Dhatu is infinite. Patterns of sensation, of feeling, of thought, of memory, all moving together. What does it mean? That depends. Could means I'm getting old. I'm going to die. It could mean it's not fair. I don't want it. I need to do something. I need to go to the doctor. I need to go to the meditation cushion. What should I do? That depends. What is the basis for being present? If it's open awareness, awareness doesn't get sick, but awareness shows, oh, I am sick. I am is impermanent, and nobody can make it permanent. All my Tibetan teachers are now dead. That's what happens when you're in this realm. All the mantras and mudras and so on didn't stop death. The question is, how shall we die? Oh, these things happen. So this is it. This is what is arising. Of course, in terms of medicine, diagnosis may be helpful, but the ego's diagnosis that says there is something wrong with me creates the inner duality of I, the subject, and me, the object. I don't like what is happening to me. Understandable, but not very helpful. Whether you like it or you don't like it, if it's happening, it's happening. The function of the practice is to stay with how it is. That's not a kind of hopeless victim kind of acceptance. It is always to stay with phenomena without adding on unnecessary conceptualization. So it says, indeed, the manner of abiding over the ground cannot be altered by the activity of any phenomena. This is this very sharp, clear mind of Ayokandro. The manner of abiding of the mirror is not altered by the activity of the reflection. Whether we think the reflection is beautiful or ugly doesn't affect the mirror. The openness and lack of self-substance and generosity of the mirror means the mirror can show whatever arises. It doesn't enter into reactivity with the content. So that's why this example of the mirror is used very often. The mind itself is not touched by what is arising and moving in the mind. The mind is like the sky. When we see the rainbow in the sky, we see the colors. When the rainbow dissolves, the sky is not carrying any kind of residual coloration. That's why in the text that we have on practice, some of the ones in Simply Being, it says again and again, stay open with whatever is arising. However it is, say for some reason, some sadness, some waves of sadness come through you. If possible, Don't add even 1 gram of interpretation. Sadness. Of course, you can cook it up a bit and say, I feel sad. Once you do that, it's very easy to start thinking, but why do I feel sad? What should I do about it? And maybe you phone a friend and say, something strange happened. I was doing my practice and I felt really, really sad. Now they're going to add their comment on top. How much time did you spend with the actual sadness? Often what happens is we spend much more time with the elaboration, the interpretation, and so on. So if you stay open, the sadness will go. Because the open ground offers nothing for the sadness to hook onto. But we have to remember the teachings from many of the other texts we've looked at. The ground is the ground of both samsara and nirvana. This open ground has no bias. It offers heaven and hell. But if you open to your own ground as ungraspable emptiness, then you are freed from the constructions of duality. But if there is a forgetfulness of the empty nature of the ground, then what arises seems to have a kind of somethingness. And the density of that causes the splitting into subject and object. I feel sad. I feel sad comes after the sadness. If the sadness is allowed to be self-arising and self-liberating, then it's just this, just this. But once you get into the shaping and the formation and the grasping and the position taking, then your experience of yourself is not illuminated by awareness, but has become the vehicle of dualistic consciousness. I, the ego self, exists as a stream of concepts, and they're all empty. It's what she says. If you see the emptiness, that's a Buddha. And this openness cannot be altered by phenomena, but it can be ignored by phenomena. We are all sentient beings. But if I'm from one group and you are from another group, and I know that your group are very bad, then the sense that we are both sentient beings becomes very, very thin. And the concept that you are very, very bad becomes thick and dense and seems real. I will only be safe if you are destroyed. And this you who has to be destroyed is primarily a concept in my mind. This is the tragedy which is everywhere in the world. So the relative shared ground is that we are all sentient beings. The absolute or infinite shared ground is unborn emptiness. And when both of these are lost, then we go into very intense duality. She says, the manner of abiding just is. Means it's not something to think about. It's not a construct. It's, in English, you might say it's a given. It just is. It's like that. Usually it's covered by all the formulations we've done, the projected concepts, the interpretations, what we learned in school and so on. But if you don't add anything, this is, like the text says, naked, fresh, raw. So you go to the market, you get something unprepared. You bring it home and you start to cook it. You alter it. But the mind itself is naked, like Kuntu Zangpo. It's fresh. Oh, it's like a salad, not a stew, not a ragu. And she's saying, with this manner of abiding, with it, there is no interruption of the spontaneous flow, and thus there is no wavering from it. If you want to learn to dance the tango, you can do it well or badly. If you want to cook a classic dish, you can do it well or badly because there is a clear recipe. So what she is saying now is, darling, don't get lost in performance anxiety. From the very beginning, there is no recipe. You're not trying to do it the right way. Let go of the templates of interpretation and evaluation. And then there is no interruption of the spontaneous flow. It is as it is, which is meaning hlundrup, the immediate presence of this. And thus there is no wavering from it. So if you were at a party with friendly people and you were just dancing, then you're just dancing. Good, bad, doesn't matter. The music's good, people are laughing, hey, it's having a good time. We are enjoying the flow of spontaneous expression. We're not trying to do something. I'm not judging you, and I'm not worried if you're judging me. All kind of things arise as you shift and move with the music, and the same for me. It's all dance. So there is no wavering from it. Someone might slow down and then just be gently moving from side to side. Someone else is jumping up and down. Why not? There is no choreography. It is as it is. So this is the freedom which comes from stepping out of judgment. And the wonderful thing about this is that if you stay relaxed, fresh, and spontaneous, then the field of spontaneity is whatever is occurring. It's not centered in you. It's not that you are doing dancing. You and the mood and the music and the other bodies, this is dancing. The field is dancing. So the less sense of individual agency of I am the doer of the deed, then you start to experience co-emergence. In Sanskrit, they say sahaj, means subject and object arise together, ground and manifestation arise together, and you can't get out of it because this is it. This is how it is. But of course, we know when we sit in the meditation practice, we lose the non-dual, spontaneous, intuitive freshness. And then we get wrapped in thoughts about thoughts. And the key thing then is not to struggle. Don't try to make it better. Everything is self-liberating. So that's what we have to practice until that's directly clear for us. Okay, so that's our time for today. We continue with the text 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I hope you have a good evening and see you in the morning. Bye.
Thank you, James. Bye-bye.
Pleasure.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, James.
Bye-bye.
Gracias.
Adiós.
Bye.
Bye.
Obrigada, Milton. Obrigada, João.
Obrigado. Oba.
Não, gente. Obrigada.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Another day.
Don't hear anything.
Oh,
Good morning.
good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Okay, so we can begin with the brief Guru Yoga of the White R. Ah. Okay. Oh, for many people, there is a lot of agitation because of the war that is going on in Eastern Europe. Of course, it depends where you live in the world, but we can guarantee there will be some kind of war near you, whichever continent you live on. So if we want to practice the Dharma, it's very important to see that intensity is not a marker of existence. For example, fire is hot. If you're outside on a summer's day and you make a fire to cook on, the strong sunlight can make the flames difficult to see. And so you can burn your fingers. This happened to me many times in India. I say, ow, I don't like my fingers burning. This bad fire has burnt me. But the flame that burnt me has already gone. The fire is not a thing, but the heat has an impact. So it's the same with wars, with cruelty, with sexual abuse, and so on. These are events, these are movements in time, movements of energy. So on an outer level, we have to find the middle way. It's not strongly real. It's an appearance which is empty. If you say, well, because it's empty, it doesn't matter, then compassion vanishes. If you say, this is terrible, this is awful, and it becomes very, very real for you, then wisdom vanishes. This color and emptiness, shape and emptiness, sensation and emptiness, all of these occur as patterns, as movements of energy, but without any real essence to them. Therefore, on the subject side, we develop equanimity. If you do something that upsets me, that doesn't make you bad, because there is no enduring substantial essence to you on which these qualities of bad or selfish or cruel could be applied. Finding the middle way and sticking to it under pressure is hard. We get pulled into judgment very easily. This shouldn't happen. We have to stop this. However, from the point of view of Dharma, everything which arises is arising due to causes. And simply to act on the event will not remove the causal forces. That's why in the text we read it again and again, we must cut the root. The root is ignorance. The root is the belief that there are real substantial entities. The root of war is unawareness. Killing one dictator will shift the pattern of war, but it won't end war because the root is not in the person. Okay. I was saying that killing a dictator will not bring about the end of war as an activity. It will shift the pattern of forces, but war is rooted in unawareness. So in the general Buddhist tradition, the Theravada tradition, they talk of the fact that human beings in particular have no essence to them. They manifest from the 5 skandhas or the 5 heaps. There is an absence of self in people. When the factors of form, feeling, perception, associations, and consciousness operate together, this generates the illusion of an enduring self. It's associations or compounding. So when we apply names like Mr. Putin, we are applying a name to a conceptual construction. He doesn't exist. all the texts say there is an absence of inherent existence. The illusion of truly existent phenomena arises when appearance is highlighted, privileged, biased, and its twin, emptiness, is ignored. Clearly, the name Putin is applied to a patterning of appearance. And if he does things we don't like, that doesn't give him existence as a bad person. And in Russia, he has many supporters in their belief that he is a good person doesn't give him any true existence. If you want to make a judgment about something, you have to have a something. Somethingness, seeming isolated or separate existence, arises from unawareness of the ground. So it's not in this text it's not set out in great detail in this text, but generally we have the sense that the first stage of unawareness is like falling unconscious. It's not that someone has gone unconscious, but there's a kind of blackness or lostness in which Rigpa awareness of the ground is momentarily non-functioning. From this, as knowing, the potential of knowing arises, or the potential of being aware of something arises, the confusion of the black oblivion is a retractive thing. Like with fear, you shrink back. On a relative level, we all have the experience that if we get anxious, we become smaller. This retraction manifests as the sense of someone. This someoneness is simply an arising. It's a pattern in the space of the potential of patterning. But if it is grasped at and identified with, then it is as if there is something there, someone there. So you can see my hand moving around. Now, if I tense the muscles so that they pull on the tendon, I have a fist. This fist has a much clearer and more defined shape than the fingers. You see my fist? Watch out, I might punch you. Now you think, oh my God, what is this he has? But if I relax the muscle and the tendon, my fingers are back. You don't know what the fingers are going to do. The fingers are potential. The fist is a fixed formation of the potential. So this is what happens with ignorance. The openness, the indeterminacy of potential is collapsed into the predictability of the fist, which we call I, self. It's very difficult to describe this in language, because language starts from the assumption that there is subject, verb, and object. There is agency, there is the one who does, who talks, or who cooks, or who walks. But this ignorance is not done by anyone. It's not done by God or the devil. It's a potential of the ground. That is to say, the ground, the openness of the possibility manifests many stories. The fact that these are stories doesn't make them true. Now, if the storyline is invested with attachment and it becomes a reference point I return to again and again, it becomes a site of accumulation. So this is, once I'm able to, or once factors arise which generate the illusion of myself, which was not there before, but it is generated by the interaction of these factors, then with this reference point, everything I do is a kind of caress or consolidation of the sense of myself as an agent. So with the development of the capacity of manipulating signs and interpretations, I attribute real separate existence to the many, many things I see in the world and to the aspects of myself. And although there is no actual existing self, it becomes the site of an accumulated repertoire, like an old actor who has been in play after play after play, can still remember the lines of comedies and tragedies and historical dramas. So the traces of activities in previous formations, what we take to be our lives, these karmic accumulations, and karma simply means activity. These are the traces of activities, of performances, hover around as an experienced set of performativities. And as we looked yesterday, according to the circumstances we encounter, particular patternings of this, as it were, personal potential become activated. So wandering in samsara, it feels inherently true to believe I exist, I do this, I like this, I don't like that. It just seems true. And the fact that you don't like what I like is taken by me as proof that, yeah, well, that's me. I exist, I'm not you. So when we come into Dharma, we start to examine in a different way. I like this is good, but you don't like this. So for you, it's not good, but it's good for me. So although the goodness of this item seems inherent for me, it is not inherent because it's relative. If it was truly good, you would also like it. So it's not truly good, but in my opinion, it's good. And then when I look at my life and my tendencies, I see, oh, according to the arising of these events and reactions, I come to be the person who says vanilla ice cream is the best. It's obvious. So most of us have to examine again and again to see this blind spot. So we start to see that what seems true is only an opinion, a mental construct and interpretation. If we really see that, it should make us much lighter in how we move through the world. We should not be so certain in making comments about samsara, which arises as an incredibly complex matrix of dependent origination. It's always the view from here, from me. But of course, I am not fixed and reliable. I have moods and variable capacities which arise due to circumstances. When I see how I manifest with circumstances, I cannot say for certain how I will be tomorrow. It depends. I am not an autonomous agent. I am not the root of the activity. I'm not pushing it out and making it happen. I am participating in this moving field of factors. This is how it is now. So for excuse me, for meditators, this is very, very important. What I say about the future, what I say about the past, what I say about my opinion is all conceptually mediated interpretation. That is, that is to say, I am telling the world what it is for me. So if I relax this egoic energy, this will to power, this fantasy of mastery, then I start to receive what is emerging. What emerges is self and other arising together as patternings of experience within the openness of awareness. Then we become present in this moment, in each moment, always. If we enter into judgment, we have already reified the item that we judge. We've made it into an entity which has its own internal defining essence. This is not an accurate perception. This is a deluded projection. We are imagining something and believing our own imagining to be true. So in our practice, when we do this Guru Yoga of the White R, we are relaxing into the sound, relaxing the muscular tension in the body and so on, releasing the throat through the open sound of Ah. All the tension is released and we relax. We start with a fist. I am going to do my practice. And we relax. And then these fingers, like seaweed moving on the rocks in the sea as the waves come and go, these fingers are moving. Thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, all sorts of things come and go. There's a, if you like, a shape or an appearance, but you can't catch it because it's self-vanishing. And this is how we gradually settle into the unborn openness of awareness. So when we are relaxed, this is fine. There is neither lack nor excess. I don't need anything to make it better, and I don't need to get rid of anything which might make it worse. This moment is intrinsically complete. It is beyond compare. Comparing and contrasting is how the ego self generates meaning. And the ego meaning is an obscuration to the inherent clarity of awareness. Texts talk about the inherent light of the mind. There's an image of a lamp or a candle burning inside a big clay pot. The lamp is burning, there is illumination, but because of the pot, you can't see it. And because you don't have the light from the lamp, you're moving around in the dark, imagining what something is, like the 6 blind men and the elephant. So we have to break open the pot. How do we break the pot? By relaxing the tension. The pot is like the fist. Relax, let be, it comes as it comes. So recently we put up this short item on the website for repelling obstacles. It's a practice called Dogpa, which means to send back. We are not attacking the other. We're not retaliating. But it's as if the postman puts the wrong letter through our letterbox. And when we see this, we say, hey, Mr. Postman, take this away. It's not for me. I have nothing to do with this. I don't need to be hooked into reactivity. The one who reacts is the ego self. By react, I mean something impacts me and immediately something seems to come out of me. The site of my reaction is the felt sense I have been impacted. It is the nexus of the ego self. If we don't do that, it doesn't mean that we are kind of paralyzed and pathetic. We can respond to what arises in the world. The issue is, how is the event received and how does the response arise? The event is an empty movement within the space of empty movement. The response arises out of that same spaciousness. That is to say, I am not the one responding. In conventional terms, I have to say, yes, I am responding. That's the structure of language. But the ground of the response can be the clarity of awareness, or it can be this tightness of the ego. In the language of the three bodies of the Buddha, or three aspects of the Buddha, the Nirmanakaya manifests from the Sambhogakaya, which manifests from the Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya is the clarity of the mind, the openness of the mind, which is not a thing. It never manifests. It is Rigpa, it is awareness. Awareness illuminates. What it illuminates is this patterning of light and sound which arises as the field of display. This is the Sambhogakaya. And within this Sambhogakaya field, we are moving. In Tibetan language, Nirmanakaya is trupeku. Trupa is a verb which has links to illusion, to delusion, to magic. That is to say, we as the Nirmanakaya are unborn. We are like a rainbow in the sky, or a mirage, or a character in a dream. So we have the inseparability of these three aspects: awareness and emptiness, the Dharmakaya; clarity and emptiness, the Sambhogakaya; and appearance and emptiness, the Nirmanakaya. So every aspect of our existence is dynamic and changing. The body is not a thing. Blood is flowing, breath is coming in and out, chemical reactions are everywhere. The body is a system of communication. Elements come into the body and our immune system tries to fight them off. That's a kind of communication. It welcomes some and doesn't welcome others. It's as if without having a mind, it's enacting desire and aversion. So I am not a thing. What happens for me is also not composed of things. Oh, if you're interested, if you're thinking about the war or any kind of difficult situation, you can read this text for repelling obstacles and do the dog park. By clapping your hand, you simply say, not for me, not for me. And it's very important to do this from a position of equanimity. Simply, oh, it's not for me. When you have balance in the line of gravity runs through you, your muscles can relax because the skeleton is carrying the weight. As soon as you lose the vertical, you can feel your muscles tensing because they're having to stop you falling over. Oh, it's exactly the same with our mental phenomena. When you lose your balance, you're pulled one way or the other into desire for more or the wish to get rid of the things you don't like. The ego self doesn't exist, but exists in its belief that it exists. And the more we believe in our isolated existence as a fixed entity, the more we misunderstand what is going on. This new book we have, Me First, shows in an illustrated form what happens when the Dharma is misunderstood. The teacher says the mind is like the sky. You don't need to control things, just open like the sky. In the story, two young men have received this teaching at the same time. One of them takes the teaching and sits, allowing whatever to come to move like clouds in the sky, not controlling the sky. The winds blow this way and that, not controlling the mind. Many thoughts and feelings arise on the meditation cushion and don't cause any trouble, because you gradually become able to avoid reactivity. But the other young man heard the instruction as, oh, my mind is like the sky, energy is going here and there, I can do what I like. And due to this, he had more and more sense of his individual agency, and this eventually gave birth to him as a demon. And this gave rise to the tantric pantheon of wrathful deities, and to the practices of sex and killing, or union of the falsely dualized and killing of the ego delusion. So the vital point is not to confuse awareness and consciousness. Consciousness always takes an object. We are conscious of something. So consciousness is the open clarity of awareness, misunderstood as having its site of emergence as me. I am conscious of this. Awareness is not a thing, but the way consciousness functions, it is as if there is an affirmation of a knower as a someone, as a something. So if we take the sense consciousnesses, there are the objects of my visual sense, all the things I can see, and my eyeballs, the medium through which the seeing, or the function through which I see, which allows seeing to occur. And then there is my eye consciousness, my visual consciousness, which organizes the input coming in through the eyeball into a formulation, which is then passed to mental consciousness for further consolidation. This happens so quickly that it's like a seamless wave. I see something. And the fact of there being something that I see both unites me with the object I see and highlights that I am not the object that I see. In our mental consciousness, which is like the central point that receives the information from the five senses, is always pulsating with what they call the seventh consciousness, which is the consciousness of the five poisons, so that these flavors of jealousy, pride, aversion, and so on become like a coloration or a texturing of a moment of consciousness. And all this activity of these seven aspects of consciousness, which generate all our experiences of samsara, are resting on the eighth consciousness, which is the consciousness which is the root of all. And this consciousness, the eighth consciousness, is the basic side of reification. It is the active side of unawareness. like you might have in a children's play park a seesaw where you have a piece of wood that's going up and down and two children who can have it going up and down. So awareness is aware of the open, empty ground. Everything is included in that as unborn radiance. And not so far from that is, if you like, this linked other aspect on the seesaw, which is the alaya vijnana, or the ground of all consciousness. And because it is the site of not knowing openness, what it does know is closure onto entities, which gives rise to all the other consciousnesses. So all of this explanation I'm giving as a way of replying to a question which came in. And it responds to the last sentence in the third paragraph of the text, where it says, whatever occurs, it remains, it being the mind itself, as the mind is, it remains happily in the state of unchanging original clarity, and thus is self-liberating in its own place. So Marcin wrote in saying, how can it remain happily, you know, when there are situations like war and a lot of suffering is arising? How could you be happy then? This is quite a reasonable question. But what I have been attempting to set out is the importance of not conflating, not merging the quality of unborn awareness with the qualities of dualistic consciousness. They reveal different worlds, although nothing is changed. So when I was at school, I used to go down to the bus stop to get the bus into town to go to school. And there were some girls and women at the bus stop. And when I was 8 or 9, I wasn't interested in girls. I just looked, oh, people are there. Their main significance for me was that they might get on the bus in front of me and take the seat that I want. But after some years, due to the blessing of the flourishing of testosterone, the girls looked very different. These were girls. But as I observed them through the mist of testosterone, certain factors in the shape of their body became very, very important. When puberty arises and these hormonal changes occur, our perception is altered. Okay. So I say, with puberty, when these hormonal changes occur, our perception is altered. So this is like on that seesaw, when ignorance arises or when unawareness gives us a particular perception, then we are encapsulated inside that as our experience. It's not that we're standing at a crossroads with a choice to go one way or another. We find ourselves imbued with this way of perceiving. We are this way of perceiving. So, under the power of duality, I am real, you are real, I have hopes and fears, likes and dislikes. The ego is reactive, and its reaction is mediated through the function of these 8 consciousnesses. But as Ayokandra was showing yesterday, awareness is pristine purity, pure from the very beginning. It has never been touched or contaminated by any dualistic formation. So when she is saying here that awareness, or the mind, it's as it is happily in this state of unchanging original clarity, it doesn't mean happily as in, haha, this is wonderful. So it's more like contented or at ease or untroubled. like on a summer's day, lying out in a field. You're just at ease. Awareness is aware. What it's aware of is that everything arises as in a dream. Compassion manifests as dreamlike responsivity. This is challenging for us. This is not at all our ordinary way of seeing the world. So that's why I always say, read the Heart Sutra again and again. Until emptiness is clear as a concept through reflection and becomes alive in you through your meditation practice, it's difficult to see what she is saying. You say, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Consciousness is empty, emptiness is consciousness. War is emptiness, emptiness is war. That's very challenging. From the point of view of duality, of being a person, seeing other people suffer, we say, no, this should not happen. This is terrible. Look at these dead bodies. Look at the tears. Something must be done. Let's kill the enemy. Many people now are standing in Kiev ready to die for their country. That means to die for a concept. From the point of view of Buddhist Dharma, dying for concepts is understandable, but it is grounded in a delusion that these concepts represent something of inherent value. As long as we identify fully as a subject in a world with objects and other subjects, reactivity is likely to happen very, very quickly. So that's why the Buddha said, you don't see clearly. You don't have the wisdom eye. You have a duality eye. You imagine things and believe that you see them. Try to see without imagining. Friend and enemy are imaginings. So this is the teaching of Dharma. It's difficult, but it can free us from the reactivity that leads to judging and blaming and counterattack and revenge. Okay, so we take a break now till 10:02, so about just over 25 minutes. See you then. Bye. Hello, people. Happy people. Okay, bye-bye. Okay. So we can continue with the text. And she says, having confidence in this ally, when mistakes and confusions occur, you will not go looking for other allies. Well, this in our book, Simply Being, there are a couple of chapters on dealing with meditation problems, and they both describe very clearly that what she says is true. Because if you apply the approach of antidotes, then you are doing something about something. There is a problem. I need to do something different to change it. When we experience ourselves feeling the pull to do this, then it's so important to remember what she's been describing so far. The path of antidotes is grounded in duality. So if I have many obstacles and I decide I should say some prayers, I am attempting to change the content of my mind. But since I'm not in control of the configuration of the items which come and go in my mind, there is always something more that could be done. And so our life is spent in adjustment. So what she's saying is, the mind itself is the heart of everything. Thoughts, feelings, sensations, disappointments, rage, all of these events are passing through. They are the weather. The weather is moving in the sky. In relation to the duality of the farmer wanting to have rain so the crops grow, then sending up a plane to drop some crystals to form clouds is very useful. Farmers want to grow food and take it to the market. In some styles of meditation, we are also cultivating the mind, trying to get more good thoughts and fewer bad thoughts. What we call good thoughts are better than what we call bad thoughts. The decision that this thought is bad is another thought. Thoughts define thoughts. Thoughts elaborate thoughts, try to suppress thoughts. So in this very short text, she has already pointed so clearly to the fact that from the dualistic perception of being a person wandering in samsara, the quality of thoughts is very important. But in terms of awareness, thoughts come and go. Thoughts and the activities arising from them provide a patterning by which we can judge other people. So at this moment, the thoughts and actions of some people are creating refugees. And the thoughts and actions of other people are providing support and refuge to refugees. The first group of people, we can say, are bad. The second group are good. This is the morality of duality. But this is a text concerned with non-duality. Because according to this text, the poison of war doesn't arise from bad people, it arises from unawareness. So it's the image which is used in many, many texts. And if you want to get rid of a tree, you have to cut the root. If you just try to pull off the leaves or break the small branches, the tree may well not die. Having identified the bad people, if we then set out to kill the bad people, these bad people will cease to exist, but we will have become the killers of people. Oh, this is an ethical dilemma, to kill or not kill. There's a lot of writing on whether you can have a good war, an ethical basis for defending or attacking other people. A just war. But whose notion of justice is there? So there is no end to thinking, because thinking is what drives samsara. And because of that, there is no end to samsara. As long as we are inside duality, these conflicted, complex situations will arise. But samsara is unborn. It is not constituted out of real self-existing entities. It only appears that way according to our perception. So what is the status of these judgments and thoughts that arise in the mind? They depend on interaction with other thoughts. That's why we talk of relative truth. This is better than that. And yet neither this nor that is truly existing. Absolute truth or unchanging truth or the truth of how it is looks to the ground, looks to the root of ignorance and doesn't plant it and sees the open ground. So in Dzogchen, we use this term, the ground or the base, a lot. The ground is ungraspable. It doesn't exist as something. And yet it gives rise to everything. It's not that something comes out of nothing. but nothing shows a ceaseless display of illusory forms. When we look at the teaching on karma, they describe 4 stages. The first is also called the ground or the basis. And the ground or basis of karma is duality, is the belief I am fundamentally, essentially different from you. On the basis of this ground, a thought, an intention arises from subject towards object. Generally, it means I want to help my friends and I don't want to help my enemies. When I activate this intention and bring myself into contact, maybe I give some money to a charity to help refugees, or I go to the Russian embassy in London and wave a flag saying Putin is great. Either way, some activity is occurring. And then I reflect on what I have done and I think it's good, or I may have some doubts. If I think it's good, then there is a full alignment of my energy all the way through, and that increases the karmic impact. That is to say that there will be more consequence in future. Now, in our life, it is very, very rare to meet anyone who challenges the ground of our intention. They may challenge the nature of our intention, that you want to help this group and not that group. But probably when you were at school, no one said to you, oh, you are operating according to duality. That ground or foundation is implicit in this whole structure of our cultures. We take it for granted, and so it remains unexamined. It is an assumption arising from unawareness of the true ground. So if we see that everything which arises is non-dual with emptiness, then we are freed of this kind of limitation. So, for example, the text will say, Rigtong, that is to say, awareness and emptiness are inseparable, which means I don't have awareness. It's not a thing I can have. It is empty of hooks for graspability. In the traditional example, they say it's like a ball. A ball has no corners. If the ball is made of the same thing, say a glass ball, it has no marking to show top or bottom or how it should be. It's just the same in all directions. It's not an object I can have. Our awareness has never been touched by or contaminated by duality. If in ordinary conversation I'm talking about my mind, then I'm talking about these contents which arise and seem to be mental entities. I can talk about my anxiety. So then anxiety I take as a quality which is in my mind and can manifest or recede, but somehow it's a potential that's always there. And maybe I have a conflicted relationship with people in authority. And I might have come to see, oh, my own father was very controlling. So I understand a little bit how this pattern arose for me, but it seems to operate in many situations. I see this quality in authority figures, that I know that my own father was quite controlling. So I see there is some link between my difficulty with authority figures and my own history. And this is me. This is how I am. I know something about me. This is how my mind is. All of these kind of interpretations or beliefs or identifications have nothing to do with awareness. They don't tell us about awareness. Our preoccupation with them hides awareness from us. So it's very important to see that if you are adjusting the content of your mind, your preoccupation with this content will not reveal anything about the mind itself to you. For example, you could go into the bathroom and you might have a mirror. And you look in the mirror and you might move your gums around to see what they look like. Then you think, oh, I need to get a new toothbrush. Oh, I need to wash my hair. All kind of thoughts can arise, maybe practically quite useful thoughts, but it doesn't show you anything about the mirror. What you take the reflection in the mirror to be a true object that you as the subject relate to. You can look in the mirror 10,000 times and have not one single thought, oh, how is the mirror? In the same way, you can think, oh, I should try to be kinder, or I must learn to control my anger, or I have to not drink so much, so I need to watch my tendency to pour another glass of wine. This is all about your relation with the reflection. It doesn't help to reveal the mirror. So Ayokandra has been saying, dear brothers and sisters, please look at your mind itself. When we do this the white R practice, we sit with the mind. Thoughts and feelings and so on are arising. We don't need to try to change them or block them. There is a flow of experience. The experience is revealed through the clarity of the mind. What is that clarity? Of course, we might think, I am the thinker of my thought. I'm sitting here meditating and suddenly remembering what I did last summer. The thought is confirming my existence as the thinker of the thought. Now, if I'm going to cook something, I need to know what ingredients I have in the kitchen. What I can cook depends on what ingredients are available. But if I look at myself, what are my ingredients? If I am the thinker of my thoughts, how is it that I don't know what thought I'm going to think? Actually, I'm not the cook. I'm in a restaurant, and there isn't a clear menu. There's just the plat du jour, the dish of the day. And not even the dish of the day, but the dish of the minute, the dish of the second. Because I'm always hungry, I'm ready to eat it. This is the ego. So you have to struggle again and again just to see, oh, I'm lost. So one simple practice you can do is to just sit with your eyes open and look at something in front of you. And then relax your gaze so that it's going out the periphery. And then bring it into focus on something again. When I open to everything, this one thing is not so significant. When this one thing is significant, is holding my attention, the periphery vanishes. So that's just a way of getting some sense of when you open to everything, because the projected importance of specifics is diminished, then you don't get caught so much. Our attention is the vehicle for investing value and importance in specific objects. Somehow something catches my attention. It seems to be important. I might believe, oh, it's important in itself. It is because the object is inherently important that it's caught my attention. That's how it feels. But other people are not giving that much attention to what is a focus for me. So if I reflect, that would indicate the power is not in this particular object. The power is in the mind. My own mind is bringing this particular item into focus. It becomes the figure and everything else goes into the background. So that's one way of thinking about distraction in a meditation. Due to your own karmic habit formations, certain items which arise and pass in your mind seem to catch you, and you go into a little bit of a swirl around them. So we think of the three basic poisons, stupidity or opacity or mental dullness. This gives rise to attraction and aversion, desire and anger. So when you focus your gaze, there appears to be a somethingness that you're looking at. That is to say, the intensity of your attention generates the experience of the density of the object. Other people don't see that density in the object. What came in my mind just now was remembering when I was in university, deciding to go to the cinema with some friends and trying to work out what film we would all like was very difficult. Someone would say, this is really good. Other people say, no, not possible. There we see they can't flow into what I flow into. This is significant, important, and real for me, but not for them. So if you see this in yourself, you can use this to deconstruct your tendency to duality. The power is not in the object. It is the energy of your mind, which is investing this specific object at this moment with this significance. As if the clear illuminating light of your mind was hitting the cracked crystal of your karmic formation and refracting in patterns which then highlight some features and ignore others. So she's saying, if you have the truth of your own mind as your ally, you will be safe in all situations. But if you don't attend to your own presence as unborn awareness by relaxing into it, if instead you mobilize your energy towards selecting what you think is good and avoiding what is bad, then when mistakes and confusion occur, you will find yourself running here and there to do different practices. So if we do one thing with the practice, it's to open to the openness of our own mind. As she said earlier in the text, your own mind is the Buddha nature or Deshe Nimbo. You don't need to find this someplace. You don't need to go on pilgrimage. No one can give it to you. You don't need to go and get an initiation. When the Lama gives an initiation, he is a window cleaner. He comes with his bucket and sponge and wipes the dirt off the window. then the glass is shining. Did he make the glass shine? He took away the dirt. The dirt was on the window, it was not in the window. The extrinsic is removed, and the quality of the intrinsic shines forth. But whether there is dirt on the window or not, the glass is clear. This is the difference between Dzogchen and all the other paths. I need the dirt to go before I know it's clean. But this glass window or Vajra, indestructible Vajra mind, is not like a paper tissue you blow your nose on. It does not absorb. It is primordial purity. The ego is absorbent, awareness is not. So she says, have confidence in this. It's a little bit like a crossroads now. Something is happening. Something is arising in the mind. Relax, mobilize. If you relax, whatever is occurring will go free with no trace. If you mobilize, you can shift the pattern of what is arising in your mind, but the shadow side of this is you have been involved in a dualistic activity. For example, say you are sitting in your practice and suddenly a memory arises of a situation where you behave very badly. You were selfish and you hurt someone else. Maybe you feel something in your body, there's a sense of shame. If you remember, if you stay close to what Ayokandro is saying, you just stay with that. It's there and it goes. If you like, what has arisen tells you about yourself, but you are not yourself. You are awareness, and the self-formation is a particular whirlpool, a particular swirl of the energy of potential. So you might think, oh, I need to contact that person and apologize. That will make it more real. But I have to, it's important. And when great teachers like Namkhai Norbu say, it's like a dream, would that encourage us to phone someone and apologize because you hit them in a dream? We have to massage the Dharma view into us again and again, if we wish, if we wish. The Dharma view and worldly view are not the same. So then she says, and when good or bad thoughts of whatever kind arise, without artificiality or adulteration, remain shining in your own place. Many, many years ago, a new soap opera started on British television called EastEnders. It was centered around a pub, and the landlord was called Dirty Den. And he was not a very nice man. And an actor played him for about, I think, 2 years. And in the popular newspapers, they were always writing things about him and what he was doing. Then he gave up that role, but he found it very difficult to get any other work because his face was so associated with his character. People couldn't believe that he would be somebody else. And I remember reading that he said, my success in that role ruined my life as an actor. Actors can take on many different roles. So it's the same. Neurosis is like some clothing which is too tight and which compresses you into an over-determined identity. So when your real ally is unborn awareness, then you know samsara is a theater. There is the drama of the 6 realms, the drama of the 5 poisons, and so on. They are performative, but not true. So she's saying, when there is an invitation arising in your mind to enter into a role of shame or anger or pride, stay shining in your own place. Don't put on the clothing, the costume of involvement in these invitations. He said, without artificiality or adulteration. That is to say, when you get up from your meditation practice, you find yourself behaving in different ways. Allow this to flow through. In meditation, or put it this way, our function of sitting in meditation is to be very present with the flow of self-arising and self-liberation of all phenomena. That is to say, any kind of behavior is available for manifesting according to circumstances. It is as if it is me, but it is not me. To believe that that pattern is truly you is artificial. So if you are selfish, then there was a moment of selfishness. But that selfishness is arising in the mind and passing through. So if someone saw my selfish behavior, they might say, oh, James, you really are selfish. That is a very big hook. Oh, I feel bad. I don't want them to think this about me. Maybe I try to cover it up, or I apologize. Now I am a self. I am an ego self, definable by a moment of activity. Awareness is beyond definition. Activity arises in dependent origination, in the manner of a dream. To imagine that you are the doer of the deed is artificial. It's artifice. You are creating something. If you remain relaxed, open, and shining in your own place, which means here and now, then that moment of selfishness is gone, and this is arising. You have this interaction to attend to. Namkhai Norbu, this great teacher of Dzogchen, said so many times in his life, senza limita, without limitation. So you're mean or selfish or exploitative. These are activities. These are movements of energy in relation to the environment. So again, the middle way, without merging into that and saying, oh my God, this is an X-ray of my soul, I'm a really fucked up person. And without trying to justify it or explain it away and saying, well, it's not really my fault, they behaved that way to me. Both of these reactions are artificial. If you simply stay present, this occurs, but it doesn't limit me. It doesn't, me here being awareness, not ego self. Awareness is not contaminated. Now, this raises an important ethical issue. Because you might say, oh, but James, you're just trying to avoid responsibility for the consequences of your actions. And that might sound like a reasonable challenge, but it has many hooks in it. It says, James, you did this. You exist as a person and you have agency and you did this. And what you did is not good. Look at the consequence for other people. You need to do something. This is the description according to duality. From the point of view of the practice, yes, if you like, I did this and it's gone. Because I'm practicing awareness, or because I'm easing myself into awareness, and awareness is not blind, I'm very aware I did this. Or rather, the energy of the ground manifesting in this field, in this illusory formation, did this. The formation of the activity, yes, that is what occurred. But if you want to find some essential existent identity in me as the doer of the deed, this is a wrong understanding. So this is why she's pointing out that the mind can remain shining as it is. Samsara is a misinterpretation. Duality is a deceit, a delusion, a lie. This is the teaching. If we follow the teaching, then we have to see the falsity of our own ego self construction. Because we talk about the 3 times, past, present, and future. But in the text, when it talks about primordial, it means the unchanging now. It is always here and now. There is nothing apart from here and now. Concepts of the past and the future only are present here and now. Oh, there is a story from the Christian desert fathers. These were monks who lived very, very simple life out in the desert, living in little straw huts where they would weave little baskets from the palm trees and sell them in the market because they didn't want to be dependent on other people. As monks, they avoided contact with women. And in the story, one day, 2 monks were walking together, traveling, and they came to a river. One of the monks recognizes, oh, this old woman at the river, this is my mother. And she says, son, can you carry me across? So he picks her up and carries her across the river and then says, bye, Mom. Then he walks on with his colleague, the other monk. After a couple of hours, the other monk turns to him and says, oh, brother, I have to speak. You picked up a woman. You carried a woman in your arms. Why did you do that? And the first monk says, yes, I carried her across the river that took 2 minutes. You have been carrying her in your mind for 2 hours. So this is when we enter into limitation, when we enter into judgment, we build up these solidifying stories. The clarity of the mind is not a means of avoiding responsibility. Activities occur. This is undeniable. And if something difficult arises in that moment, we need to respond. The issue is to avoid conceptual elaboration. The actual moment has arisen, self-arising, and then it vanishes, self-liberating. But if we enter into the frame of polarities, it gives us a means of moving the event around and massaging into it value judgments. The key thing here is you yourself put the value and meaning into the event. The event, like carrying your mother across the river, is neither good nor bad. You can say it's good because she's an old woman, she can't swim, she'll be carried away by the river. This is a kindness. Or you say, she is a woman, you are a monk, you mustn't touch, have any physical contact with women, this is a very bad action. Oh, he simply did an action and it was over. To say it's good or it's bad is simply to create a headache, because his action arose or was co-emergent with the sight of this old woman stuck at the side of a river. It's very simple. So this is an encouragement to stay fresh in the moment, allowing what we looked at yesterday, the intuitive, spontaneous co-emergence, rather than the applying of an interpretive schema. Okay, so we take a break now for 55 minutes until the next hour. So, pleasure to see you, and have a good break. Bye for now. Okay. So when Ayokandra was talking about avoiding artifice, he's following the lineage from the Buddha, who pointed so many times to the fact that all compounded things are impermanent. We all have a body, and the body can age in different ways. Some people's sight weakens, some people's hearing weakens, some people develop diabetes. The many factors which go to function as our body collaborate well for a while, and then they start to not collaborate so easily. And it's the same with the projects we take on in life, whether it's raising children or developing a career. We put our energy into trying to make things go the way we think is good, but very often other currents come and transform them. So this might give us some pause for thinking about why we put so much of our life energy into making things. Empires rise and fall, nations expand and contract, industry shifts, and certain modes of production get out of date. On that level, nothing is reliable. And yet, we spend our life busily doing this and doing that. It's not that the activity in itself is wrong necessarily. It's how we conceptualize what we do. Having been born with a body, our body is ceaselessly interacting with the environment. So from our practice, the wish is to maintain the presence of open awareness at all times, so that we can experience non-dual, co-emergent spontaneity. This is the middle way, or the midpoint between being overdetermined, premeditated, too much planning, and hot impulsivity. When the formation of our embodied responsivity is arising with the environment, in the environment, as part of the environment, then by being settled here and now, we're not behind the event and we're not ahead of the event. The field of experience manifests in this moment like this, with my participation, with my being part of it. That is to say, we're not thinking about something or someone. We're not reifying the appearance or seeing it as a truly existing object out there apart from us, but we're manifesting with. So again, this relates to the term we get a lot in the Mahamudra text, sahaj. It means arising with. I'm not acting on the other, nor am I reacting to the impact of the other on me. But this point, this moment itself, is connective. Self and other arise together. It is only conceptually that they become separated by the imputation of inherent existence in the different forms which arise. So in some kinds of meditation, you have something you're going to focus attention on. In Tibetan, it's called a migyul, means like the object of your mobilizing intention. You identify something which is there. So, for example, you might be going to visualize Arya Tara, and then is it white Tara or green Tara? And you read the text, and it gives a clear description of this is how Tara appears in this sadhana, in this particular practice. So then you're trying to visualize or imagine her in a particular way. So in that kind of tantric practice, you're using the structure of duality to deconstruct duality. So you're applying the same skills that you might have in a work situation to organize some task. So you're applying these same skills that you would use in relation to the sadhana. And then with that, you have the dissolving of the visualization into emptiness. So that's a slightly elaborated practice. Our practice is not elaborated because we're not commencing with an activity which we have to do. We're simply being present with whatever is occurring, with how it is. So there's no planning or preparation to be done. We're neither planning ahead nor reacting to what has occurred. We're just here with whatever is occurring. And if we're in our sitting practice, we're focusing on non-involvement, non-reactivity. And we're doing this in order to have the clarity, I don't have to. I'm not at the mercy of an impulse arising subject to object, nor am I reacting to the force field of the current shaping of the object dimension for me so that I feel obliged to respond in some way. I don't have to. I stay relaxed. Things are occurring. I could, because I have the capacity to respond, but I don't have to. It's not determined. It's not driven by a dualistic necessity. So whether one responds or doesn't respond will be according to how one is with the environment. Some lamas do a lot of teaching, others do very little teaching. That is how it is for them. If they are embedded, if a lama was embedded in a large monastic structure and they had the title of Kempo, like a scholar, there would be much more regulation of what they should do. They would be more like, in a sense, I don't mean this in any demeaning way, but they would be more like a school teacher who has a syllabus and has to get the students through that. And the top lama would be more like a professor in a traditional university. They might mainly do research and produce a book every 15 years, or go to endless conferences, or teach a lot. But they would be free to express their own ripening. So this is the way we are practicing in Dzogchen. We start with how it is, not objectifying, not analyzing, but being open and available to the flow of how it isness. And so the ethical corrective or the ethical balancing doesn't lie in the imposition of rules and regulations, but in the indestructible non-duality of the field of arising. So if every time I meet you, you insult me, I may not want to spend a lot of time with you. That would be a kind of movement of we are connected, but a bit more space in the middle would be a good idea. I don't need to decide you are horrible. I don't need to challenge you and say, why are you always behaving this way with me? It's trusting the self-patterning of co-emergence. The issue is collaboration. Some things collaborate very easily, others don't. It's difficult to get wet wood to burn, especially if you just have one box of matches. So you have your capacity as it manifests in the quality of what's around you. And in the language of, again, of Namkhai Norbu, if you work with circumstances, by opening yourself to your most simple or uncooked sense of how it is emerging, then you see what is possible. We're not trying to make it happen. That is to say, the potential reveals itself in the emergence. But I want it to work. Maybe it won't. But it's really important that it works. That's a judgment. Things ripen or don't ripen. But why don't they do this? So why doesn't that Lama teach more regularly? The very question manifests a set of assumptions about what another person should do. This is their title, this is their job, so why don't they do that? This is very solid. You've reified the situation and you want to tell other people what they should do. So Ayokandro is saying, find your own mind first. Don't busy yourself with thinking about what other people do. If you settle yourself in your own unborn awareness, that itself will show you how it is. So she says, by continuously keeping to just that state of clarity and awareness, you will experience the self-liberation of whatever occurs. Oh, you see, you're in a situation, there are patterns arising. It's like this. What is arising is the instant presence or the effortlessly arising patterning, the hlundrup, inseparable from primordial purity. So if you stay in that situation, it's just like this. So if a question arises, but why? Let that question self-liberate. We don't need to know because we can't know. If somebody asks us, why did you do that? We probably can say something. Is it the truth? Why did you go and get yourself a glass of water? I was thirsty. Why were you thirsty? I put too much salt on my lunch. Why did you do that? I was distracted. Why were you distracted? There's no end to such investigation. Why am I interested in why someone went to get water? I'm annoyed they didn't get me a glass of water. I have an expectation about how a polite person should behave. The jungle of conceptual interpretation can be thick very quickly. So the self-liberation of whatever occurs means stay with the freshness of this moment, whatever story is constructed on the basis of concepts will never be definitive. There are thousands of books on the Second World War. There will be scholars and journalists at the moment preparing to write their books on the war in Ukraine. Why it happened, how it happened. These are interpretations. There is no definitive truth of these things. You join your seeming facts into a pattern, and then you're sure that it's the truth, but someone else disagrees. There is no true account of anything, because the account is a story about something, but the immediacy is not a thing to have an idea about. It just is. The more you come into accounts of something, opinions about something, the more you prepare the way for conflict. So she says, by developing the continuous practice of the non-meditation of thusness, the afflictions will gradually diminish. The non-meditation of thusness means, as it is, as this is arising, don't take up any position with regard to it, don't add or subtract, just open to how it is. So the continuous practice of this is not something you do, it's more like just staying on the point, like learning to ride a horse. At first, you're not very comfortable on the horse, and the horse feels you're not very comfortable, so they also start to shuffle about. But gradually you trust that the horse won't throw you off, and so you relax. When you relax, the horse relaxes. And then you start to be in harmony. So then it's not that you're practicing doing something, you're more like practicing not interrupting the potential harmony between you and the horse. So by staying relaxed and open as it is, the afflictions will gradually diminish. The afflictions, the assumption of inherent existence, followed by aversion and desire, jealousy and pride, and so on. There are lists of many, many of them. They will gradually diminish by themselves without the use of any antidote, because if you are settled, you're balanced, so you're not tensing and you're not trying to correct yourself. There is neither lack nor excess, it's harmonious. I don't need more of this or less of that. This is fine as it is. So the 5 poisons arise from being in duality and feeling the disjunction between self and environment. And so there is the activity of trying to make sure you get what you need. That's arising from a lack. I am incomplete. So if we go back to Dzogchen Chembo, means the great completion. What we began with this morning was looking at the incompleteness of the positioning of consciousness. Awareness is complete, and the ego self is never complete, because the ego self is composed of dynamic elements, and it's connected with a field which is nothing but dynamic elements. So it's always being destabilized. So she's indicating that we shouldn't try to enter into the state of awareness. We shouldn't act to make it happen, because awareness is intrinsic. It's there from the very beginning. In samsara, in our limited embodied world, activity is necessary. This body will vanish, we will die. This is not the end of the road. But awareness itself doesn't grow bigger, it doesn't diminish. So you don't need to try to make it anything, it's already there. You, the doer, cannot make enlightenment. Enlightenment occurs when you open yourself to that which is already there, unchanging primordial awareness. But we are on the path. We haven't fully found where we want to be. So, on you go. So she says, however, although we practice to always abide in thusness, just as a sweet sound requires the string to be just right, if you find you are tuned too tightly or too loosely, then you must maintain the state of undistracted recollection. So this is a little bit of a complicated image she has. So normally if you had a guitar or something like that and you were tuning it, you might tighten the string a bit and then slacken it just to get exactly the right tension. So she's saying you may find that you're a bit too tense and striving, or a bit too laid back and not being quite here. But what she importantly says is, don't adjust it. Don't try to correct what is there. Don't apply any antidote, but simply maintain the state of undistracted recollection. The mind is spacious, open, without shape or color. It doesn't come from anywhere or go anywhere. You can't establish it as a thing in any way. So this recollection is to simply a reminder to settle into presence. When we get distracted, our energy goes into seemingly fragmented patterns. We disperse. That is how it feels for us. So recollection is to collect yourself together, to gather yourself together. So if you do that in a subtle dualistic way, you might do some yoga stretching and some breathing, loosen the diaphragm, and that would help you to, as it were, settle back into yourself. But she's not talking about this. She's talking about open to the ground. The ground is the ungraspable infinite openness within which clarity manifests. And within that clarity, you are present. You're present within the field of clarity as an aspect of the field of clarity. There has never been any duality or fragmentation or development of truly separate entities. So this shows us this statement you find in many different writers, including Milarepa. If you see this one point, everything is revealed. The awareness is the whole. Whole is not fragmented. The fragmentation arises when there is unawareness of the whole, and then, as we looked earlier, the effort to make sense of all that's going on by naming them and so on. So at all times and in all circumstances, do not spring from the ground. That is the one point that integrates everything. There is no other source. So going here, looking there, trying to find a bit of this or that is not necessary. Now, Ayokandra wrote this text late in her life. She had traveled around Tibet meeting many teachers, getting many, many initiations, doing many, many different kinds of practice. There are so many things you can do. But who are you? You're here, you're alive, senses are working. Who is the one who is looking out my eyes? Who is the one who is hearing through my ears? Just to apply some concept to that will not help. We have to sit and allow our truth to be revealed to us. If you stop telling yourself who you are, if you stop assuming that you know who you are, then there is at last some space for how it is to reveal itself. And the thing about everything having the same source and being included within the great whole or the great completion is that there are no mistakes. There is patterning of manifestation, and that is how it is. For example, there is the famous Lama Chogyam Trungpa. I met him when he was in Scotland a long time ago. And he was, if you like, the head Lama of this small place that at that time was called Johnson House. And his way of life was quite intense. And one night he was out in his vehicle with some other people, and they were driving very fast, and they crashed the car. And according to the normal account, they crashed into a joke shop. Joke means like where you buy plastic nose or... And then he was in hospital with quite severe damage to his body. And when we invited him to the University Buddhist Society, he could hardly walk. And then he inhabited that existence. He seemed to be quite at home in his existence. It didn't prevent him from learning many, many new things about Japanese art and so on. He was very productive, very connected to many people. So he was a very good example of not limiting oneself. If your body starts to operate in a different way, if you lose flexibility or you can't do what you did before, then you can do what you do now. It's not so much the state of the body that is limiting us, but more our idea of how we should be, how we would like to be. So in any situation, always try to stay with the simplicity of it. If you're sad, be sad in emptiness. If you feel lonely, be lonely in emptiness. Don't try to change the form of the arising, or you will be simply reinforcing your sense of duality. This is it. So if you're here with this, you have a very close connection with everything else, because you are part of the field of emergence. So actually, even if we have many problems, these are not a sign of being off balance. We simply have to learn how to ride this horse, to take our seat on the horse of problems, difficulties, confusions, upsets. Because if we're going to work with circumstances, this is only really possible if we and circumstances are co-emergent as the movement of the field of clarity within emptiness. Okay, so let's do a little more sitting. Oh, have the skeleton supporting your weight. Our gaze is open, but we're not staring at anything. Remember what she's been saying to us. Whatever you see, that's your interpretation. If you think, oh, I'm looking at the wall and there's a painting on the wall, that's a concept. You see light, you see these patterns of color. This is what is coming to you through your eyes. You are adding a conceptual interpretation. So when we visualize the white R, the R represents the ground or the source of everything. This light of the 5 colors, white, red, blue, yellow, and green moving around, represents the potential of the 5 elements, the 5 wisdoms, the 5 poisons, and so on, everything in samsara and nirvana. This is the radiance of our mind, arising in and as emptiness. So then we make the sound of Ah 3 times, slowly, just releasing the tension from our bodies. Now we open up the space, our space, and that allows us to see the space. So then we're simply sky to sky, the sky of awareness and the sky of phenomena as inseparable. And then whatever comes, just let it come. Whatever goes, it's going. Just relaxed, open. Okay. Okay. So we have a break now. And when you get up and move around, just try to stay with the sense that your body is moving with the shape of the world around you. If commentaries and intentions arise in your mind, try to just stay relaxed and open and let them pass, and stay with the immediacy of perception. And then we meet together in half an hour at 1:45. Good. People. Aha. People. Good. Okay, let's continue. As many of you will know, there are many, many different Dharma paths. And all of these paths are good. But we are going to die. And we are usually quite busy people already. So a Dharma path which is quick is useful. The central point is the mind. As it says in the first text that this, in the book that this text is from, the mind is chief. That is the Dhammapada, a general Theravada text. So finding your own mind is the most important. So then she says, it is not useful to hold to any kind of analytic contemplation. Therefore, let awareness be naked and uncovered. This refers both to Mahayana analytic contemplation, like following a Prasangika critique of inherent existence to show the emptiness of all phenomena. But it also refers to a tantric use of symbols of transformation, practices in which we become a particular deity, or the different constituents of our existence become different deities. In the mandalas of the peaceful and wrathful deities, there is an explanation of the correspondence between each of the constituents of our samsaric identity and the particular deities constituting the mandala. So that when you have the 8 consciousnesses, you know that they are actually the 8 bodhisattvas. So different systems make sometimes different correlations. This is not this, it is that. When you see it as this, when you see the world as full of substantial things, this is a misapprehension. Actually, this is the mandala of the diverse Buddhas, and therefore everything you see is an aspect of the mandala. However, this path of transformation involves a lot of remembering of the details of the different deities and of the factors of samsara and how they function. And this then involves us in linking, remembering, seeing correspondences, that is to say, being attentive to the patterning of mental activity. So she says, therefore, let your awareness be naked and uncovered. If you enter into the state of the mirror, the reflections will come and go by themselves. But if you try to arrange the reflections in particular patterns so that they have particular functions, it's likely that you will forget the open, naked mirror itself. Now, the fact is that the mirror is always naked. Even when the reflection arises in the mirror, it doesn't cover the mirror because the mirror cannot be covered. There's nothing hidden inside the mirror that gets hidden by the reflection. So relax, open to your mind, be aware of how these various veils and distractions and interpretations and so on arise, and see, oh, they are in my mind. Everything has the same source, which is the open, empty mind. These patterns of arising, whether they seem happy or sad, dull or bright, are the showing of the potential of the open, empty mind. So just as if you look in a mirror, you see something there, you can start to identify what it seems to represent, or you can immediately see, oh, it's a reflection. So in the same way with our mind is open. In this space, there is the immediacy of of arising, the clarity of the potential, all that could occur. If you see, oh, this is the clarity of the mind, that's like seeing it's a reflection. But if you slip into trying to work out what does it mean, what does it represent, how is it, then you fall into duality, because samsara and nirvana are very close together. So she says the very state or the precise presence of the original knowing of that instant actualization is to be experienced in its fullness. The instant actualizing is the clarity which is always immediately here, day, night, always, there's this. It is not a compound, it's not built up, it's immediately this. Now, when your awareness sees this immediacy without analyzing or interpreting or adding or subtracting, this is the quality of the original knowing. So I'm using this term original knowing to translate ye she. Ye means like from the beginning, or the original, and shepa means to know. The original is that which has never become artificial. It hasn't been repaired, it hasn't gone wrong, it hasn't been improved. It's just how it is. How it is always the same. Awareness and emptiness, clarity and emptiness, appearance and emptiness. This is all there ever has been, all there is, all there ever will be. This is not a dogma. You just have to look for yourself and you see. And she's saying, you need to experience this in its fullness. This is the whole. It is complete. Nothing is imported from anywhere else because there is no anywhere else. It is the whole shebang, the Dharma Dhatu. Then you had the confidence, everything which occurs is the mind. And as we've looked, this mind is my mind and not my mind. It's undeniably my mind because I'm here present, but it's not my mind as something I can possess. So it's not something which can be represented by or pointed through with language. So if you were out in the country on a hot day and you came to a little waterfall, you might want to bathe in the water. So you might sit down and think, oh, I wonder where the water comes from high on the mountain. I wonder if it will be very cold and then I will get a chill and then I'll get sick. You can think many things about the waterfall. Or you simply take your clothes off and walk into it. The waterfall, when your body encounters it, has a direct immediacy free of any conceptualization. So this is the fullness you have to open to your own mind. When you think about your mind, you're kind of hedging your bets. You're putting some money on awareness and some money on concepts. She's saying, don't do this. Give yourself fully to the opening. But how will I know what is happening? You don't need to know what is happening. You will be present in the happening, as the happening, as a participant of the happening. Then she says, this is the lifeblood of practice. Now, we do well if our blood gets to go every part of our body. So it's the same, the lifeblood of the practice should permeate every aspect of our experience and not to be misled by ideas about maybe it's this and maybe it's that. So this is very like the teaching of Garab Dorji in the three statements. He says, firstly, open to your mind as it is. It's described with the term ngotro, which means to be introduced to your mind. To be introduced into the waterfall is not to say, oh, in English we call this a waterfall. You step in and immediately, whoa, yes. So to be introduced to your mind is to release yourself from thoughts about the mind so that the revelation of the mind is you, as you. So the second statement is to abide in the confidence of this, or as Namkhai Norbu prefers, not remaining in doubt about this. That is to say, if you stay in this moment is always filling, and that will be the flow of life through you, with you as part of the environment. So you have the non-dual co-emergence of just this. But if the residual wisps, the little fine aspects of ego identity get caught and catch you, then you think, oh, but is this right? Is this really the Buddha? Because I've read in the text that when you become a Buddha, you get this bump on the top of your head, the Ushnisha, and you get a little dot, urna, between your eyes, and your fingers become webbed. And I don't have any of that. I don't think I'm a proper Buddha. So now we have the idea of what a real Buddha would be like, and an idea about how we are. So they don't fit. So Garav Dorji is saying, you cannot be present as awareness if you are thinking about awareness. One is to open to the always open awareness, and the other is to think about it. Now, in ordinary life, we develop confidence because we trust that we will be able to perform well. I know what I'm doing, I've done it before, I practiced it, yeah, it'll be okay. This is the confidence of the ego. But the confidence of awareness is simply its presence. It's not an artificial construct. So not to remain in doubt means to keep entering the waterfall till you're completely wet. This is the stream of life. In the Tibetan text, it talks of rangbap, self-falling or self-flowing, exactly like a waterfall tumbling down the mountain. So certainly, if you're in a country like Scotland, where the wind is blowing, the water in the waterfall will be moving around. We are in the stream of experience, thoughts, feelings, memories, color, shapes, sounds, but it's not fixed. We haven't arrived someplace. What we have is to be present however it is. So sometimes this is called the castle of Vajradhara, of the highest Buddha. You'll be safe inside this. It's a symbol. It's not any place. It is the non-duality of awareness and emptiness, clarity and emptiness, appearance and emptiness. Then the third point of Garav Dorji is to continue in this way. Whatever occurs is within the river of unborn experience. Whatever occurs is within this unborn river of experience. Whatever it is, car crashes, appearance and emptiness, war, crying children, appearance and emptiness. This is what it is. How we can add our opinions and our emotions and our thoughts. We can say it shouldn't happen. What has happened? Patterns have shifted. Some shifts of pattern make us more happy. Some shifts of patterning make us less happy. The mirror is not touched by the reflection. The door to samsara is unawareness of the mirror. When you see the reflection without knowing that it is a reflection, you take it as something real. The crying child is a reflection. This is not a cruel or a heartless statement. The child will cry for a while and then something will happen. They will die or they will recover and circumstances will change and then they'll be doing something else. This is how life has been going for a very long time. Nobody can stop it. Wars occur, selfishness occurs, rape occurs, wife beating occurs, torture of children occurs. If I say, I don't agree with this, this is very bad, we will stop it. We can't stop it. This is the meaning of samsara. When I was a teenager, I became very involved with the pacifist point of view and was selling pacifist and anarchist newspapers. And I remember I used to say to my mother, why didn't all the mothers stop the men the young boys going to fight in the war? If the women had spoken, the men couldn't have gone. And she looked at me just kind of a little bit sad, as if to say, oh yes, you are a young boy. Because shortly after that, the Vietnam War began in big time. And again, terrible things happened. Napalm, Agent Orange, and so on. It didn't stop. The wars arise not because of a few bad people, but because of the very nature of unawareness and the 5 poisons. So, in terms of Garab Dorji's third point and what she is describing now, if you get too shocked by the events in the world and they reverberate with you, this reverberation, this vibration will separate you from the integrity of non-duality, and you will become a lonely, impotent person. So Garab Dorji says, continue in this way. Remain settled in ever-open awareness. You don't have to block out what is occurring. It's occurring right with you, but it is ungraspable. Our compassion or kindness is not a theory. It is to work with circumstances according to circumstances, which includes our capacity and the variety of factors in the situation. And what we do with others is within the space of awareness. So then she says, there are many who accept and explain that all phenomena are empty. Means you, if you read Nagarjuna and all these writers after him, you see so many views of emptiness, so many explanations. But it says in some of the texts, such a conceptual understanding is like a patch which is sewn onto a tear on your coat. The patch is not woven into the texture of the cloth, and so the thread can break and it comes off. So you can be very clear about emptiness on a good day when you feel relaxed and happy, but on a difficult day, when you have many problems, then everything seems very real. So she is saying, this is not enough. Don't know about emptiness, be emptiness. So she says, but simultaneous awareness and emptiness that is shown at the time of initiation is your own current presence, which is beyond being judged as existing. In the tantric initiation system, there are many classifications, but basically in the third initiation, you're introduced to the wisdom of the empty nature of the mind. Your mind is empty and aware. Or to say it another way, the non-duality of awareness and emptiness is your mind. The clarity of this can arise from many different practices. You can gain it in a shock, in orgasm, in doing PET, in the Semzin. There are many ways of having, even just for an instant, the immediacy of being present as nothing at all. So then we absolutely see, I am not a thing. My mind is like the open, empty sky. And inside that, a thought arises, I'm sitting here, or my back is sore, or I want to go for a walk. Oh, this is the wind blowing through the sky, carrying the scent of different flowers. These thoughts have no substance, like the wind. They're not establishing anything. I'm sitting here trying to meditate. That's a thought. My bum is sore. I don't know how to meditate. Thought upon thought upon thought. Catch a handful of wind, catch another handful of wind, and combine them together into a double wind. Now this is a very strong wind. Whoa, this is the real thing. If you see this, you know that you're a fucking idiot. I spent my whole life catching the wind. The wind comes to you as a gift. Why you try to catch it? You think this little puff is the last bit of wind that will ever arrive? Easy come, easy go. So this is beyond being judged as existing. It is here something which is nothing. The impact doesn't mean inherent existence. The understanding of emptiness doesn't dissolve the patterning of the world. But now you can see that this is the patterning of emptiness arising as the world which can be light and free, self-dissolving, or taken as having true existence. Your nature is instant naked liberation. So, your nature, this in Tibetan is rangshin. It means like what is showing. So nature is linked with the word for birth in Latin, and so it means what is arising, what is manifesting. So, although our mind is unborn, it is as if it's born freshly, moment by moment, as this particular patterning. It's self-arising, it's just like this, nobody makes it, and it vanishes. There is nothing to build on, and nothing to be built, and no builder. This is vanishing, this is vanishing. Oh, there are many ways we are encouraged to see this. If you go out when it's raining a little, especially at just before the rain, you see a pond with calm water, and the drops are coming down now from the sky into the water, and then little circles of waves spread out from the point of contact of the drop. After it's raining a little bit, the whole surface of the pond is just ripple and ripple and ripple. Water is coming into water. So in the same way, we arise like a wave from the ocean and vanish back into the ocean, moment by moment, moment by moment. What can we say about the future? Let's see. That's all. We don't know how we'll be tomorrow. Maybe you fell in love. Well, if you fell in love, you can fall out of love. You got a job, you were so happy, now you're bored stupid doing the same thing every day. Everything is impermanent. Happiness is impermanent, suffering is impermanent, love is impermanent, hate is impermanent. That's why they say, don't merge into what is occurring. Don't try to hold on to it. It will go. Stay open and available, and this will arise, and this will arise. The more you relax and open, the more the little circle of your personal potential will widen and become inseparable from the great circle of potential. And then you will find yourself trusting your intuitive spontaneity to find a way to work with all the many circumstances which occur. So she says, unartificial, instantly at ease, infinite completion, or Dzogchen, this is it. Always open, relaxed, flowing. It's not a construct, nothing you have to do. Therefore, you're at ease. It is chatral, work is finished, free of work. When you no longer have to make yourself artificial, then you trust it'll be okay. So then she said, furthermore, there is no other way of opening with emptiness. That is to say, you can't make it happen. You can learn all kinds of techniques, do all kinds of pranayama and kumbhaka and so on, but you can't make the natural be natural. You can continue to not see the natural by inventing the artificial. everything which has a beginning has an end. So if you use a method to make it happen, it will happen for a while, then it will stop. So before she said, instantly at ease. This is how it is from the very beginning. You can relax into your own original nature. So she says here, you can turn towards awareness of infinite hospitality or not. Infinite hospitality is one way of translating Dharma Dhatu, the openness within which all phenomena, all the events of the past, the future, the present occur. Awareness is inseparable from this infinite hospitality. That is to say, when you see that the mind is empty and this mind has no limit, this itself is the infinite expanse within which all phenomena manifest, including your own sense of an embodied self. This openness is always available because it's how it is. And you can turn towards it or not. You can turn towards the waterfall and walk into it, or you can turn away and think about waterfalls, write a book about waterfalls. So she is saying it's up to you. She can't do it for you. Nobody can do it for you, but there's not very much to do. The work of deconstruction is a lazy path. And although many lamas achieve many things, they always seem to have a lot of time to sit and hang out and chat. Striving is not so useful. I have to work hard to make it happen. You can make a cup of tea, but you can't make awareness. Awareness is here. You haven't lost it, so you can't find it. It's not a thing. You are already awareness. The space of awareness fills and empties all the time. Unfortunately, in the space of your awareness, on an old-fashioned record player, a broken record is going round and round. I exist, I'm me. I exist, I'm me. So you can turn towards infinite hospitality, and as you turn off the record player. Then we have this last sentence, which is kind of her colophon, her statement about the teaching. She says, at the time of enjoying everything in awareness, this instruction essence of all arose in my mind. Oh, she was relaxed, enjoying everything as the movement, the play of her awareness. And this instruction, which points to the essence of all, of everything, arose in her mind. So I think this is a very beautiful practice. She has laid out all the essential points very clearly. There are nowadays many new translations of Dzogchen texts coming into, especially into English, but many of them are full of technical terms and phrased in complex sentences. But this text is more like going to see your old grandmother. Now, Mary, she says, now, Mary, life, if you don't get it right, can be very hard. Don't try too hard to make it right, because maybe it's not wrong. It's not so complicated. We complicate it. We obscure ourselves from ourselves. We don't do this because we're bad. We didn't cause ourselves to be wandering in samsara. We're not the original source. The ego is not some demonic anti-God. This is our experience. How does it arise? Not why does it arise or what is it. We're not looking for substances or theories, but if we focus on how this is available to us, you see how you enter into distraction and follow chains of thought. Oh, I follow the thought because I think it has something for me. I need something. Then we look back, what did Granny say? From the very beginning, your mind is complete. There is nothing lacking. It's okay. But in samsara, it's like we are a child that has got some itching problem on the skin. We're scratching and scratching. Granny says, sweetie, don't scratch. It makes it worse. But I have to make it worse. I have to make it worse. But I want to. But I have to make it worse? Really? This is what each of us must see in ourselves. That what I think I need, what seems to be completely necessary, may not be true. This is why devotion is very important for the path. We have to have enough devotion to believe that Ayokandro knows more about how we are than we do. And she shares it with us very freely and generously. And it arose spontaneously in her mind. This is a drop of nectar. She is like a bee that traveled all over Tibet, going to see these lama flowers and collecting the nectar. And she brings us this drop, this tigli of Zopa Chembo, and makes it freely available. So this is the end of the text, the end of our time today. So I'd like to thank Pedro for maintaining the Zoom connection, and then, as he always does, making the recordings available afterwards. And we are so fortunate to have our translators making these words of the Buddha available. These events arise as a demonstration of collaboration, of dependent origination, of working with circumstances. There's, in the explanation, there's a lot of words and examples, and to listen to all of this is no doubt quite tiring. So I thank you for your focused attention, and I hope it brings you some relief from the suffering of samsara, and you have direct awakening to your own nature very soon. And we have a couple more weekends before the summertime, and a few question and answer, and the dates are already, I think, on the website. So, good to see you all. Happiness to all. Have a nice look at all your lovely faces. Have a good time. Ho, ho, ho. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Bye-bye. Bye for now.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Dzogchen.
Goodbye,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Oh.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Adios.
Bye.
Adios, adios.
Bye, James. Bye, everyone.
Bye.